Switching. Welcome everybody to season 18 of Style Esports. Tonight we have the matchup between Peak Ruby and Drexel Dragons D2. My name is Ice Fireeye. Joined with me tonight is Fun Phoenix. How are you tonight, Phoenix?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm excited to watch some Ionia Division gameplay down here in Style Esports Season 18, like you mentioned, and I'm ready to hop right into it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting ready for draft right now, and honestly, with these teams getting set up the way they are, it's going to be an interesting matchup. We have from plat all the way up to some low diamonds, so pretty even across the board, it seems like.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I believe Peak Ruby, they are the higher seed going in, and they did opt to take this red side to start us off. And let's just begin the bans right now, taking Rel off the board.
Rel taken off the board. That is very much now just a support champion. Taken off. You don't. It's not really a jungler anymore since they did those nerfs, and with that, it's kind of not as good of a champion anymore. It's great in the support role, but still kind of struggles. But looking down the rest of the line, what's being taken off, Caitlyn off the board as well as Jace. So two very strong AD champions right off.
Right, and going off of what these players tend to play, we know Lil Acti from Drexel Dragons, that is their support, generally likes to pick these sort of AP enchanters. We see Morgana, Karma, Janna, these are champions that they like to pick. So it makes some sense to sort of see the Caitlyn taken off, because that long range ED carry can sort of diminish some of the value of those enchanters.
Absolutely. And with the Xin Zhao and Pantheon taken off the board, that wraps up all of our bans for the draft. Now is we've about 10 seconds left on who is going to be able to select here. It's going to be a Skarner first pick. This is going to be the first time I've actually cast Skarner in a game if it is picked. Definitely since its total overhaul, it's really been a powerhouse pick that has been tearing up the Rift.
Right, it sort of reminds me of Cassante, where it's super tanky, but it has a lot of kill pressure if you don't respect it enough, because it does sort of generally build tank. We see it oftentimes in the jungle, but can also very well go up to the top lane. Peak Ruby looking like going to respond with a blind pick mid lane. This is Azir locked in, and we'll see what they want to do with this R2 pick afterwards.
Azir being picked up right off the bat is actually quite interesting, because typically you want to hide these solo lane picks and try to gain counter picks in those lanes, but Peak Ruby saying, no, we're going to take this right off the bat and not give you a chance to play it yourself, and we see it as a power pick that it doesn't matter what you pick into it, we're going to do well with it.
Right,
Waiting for this...
What was that? Sorry. I was gonna say Kiva likes this. It is a pick that they like to play in solo queue for sure this year. So something they're very comfortable on. Kiva is, of course, the Diamond 4 player for Peak Ruby. So getting their early prio pick for their best player makes some sense. Wukong now going to be the second option locked in for the red side. And that could either be jungle or up top, either one.
Yeah, it did get some buffs for the top lane, but overall, I still think it's going to shift down into this jungle. It's just such a strong mobile jungler that affords you a lot of just different gank pathing that you don't normally get out of a more traditional jungler like Skarner. So I'm hoping that this goes into the jungle, because then you're just picking both your solo lanes, and you're really wasting what is the red side and the counter picks that you have available to you. But Drexel Dragons have decided to go for Talia and Varus, two very strong picks in the mid and bot, as it is answered with the Lucian. So it's going to be Lucian Varus, and we're going to be waiting on what supports they decide to pick up and play alongside those.
Looks pretty good now, right? I mean, we see three champions that have relevant dashes, Wukong and Lucian, both champions that like to dash in for sure. So Talia, which I imagine is going to be thrown into the jungle, which does push Skarner up to the top lane. Already picking up a fair amount of value just with these top three red side lock-ins for Drexel Dragons. I will be curious to see if the Dragons want to ban any of those common support picks with Lucian, those being Nami and Milio, the two main ones.
Yeah, Nami Milio should be at least Milio banned out. Milio is such a strong pick in the support role alongside that Lucian. Gives him a little bit of extra range, lots of just healing, and the ability for him to not have to worry when he does decide to dash in. But so far, it looks like we're targeting the top lane for both of these sides, as it is Jax, Camille, and Darius all taken off the board.
Right, that certainly does signify the Wukong is going to be in the jungle. Also, maybe suggest that the Dragons might keep this Skarner in the jungle, and it could be like a Talia mid or a Talia support. Both of those are options as well. So both teams recognizing the possibility of topside still not being picked. Once again, though, I am curious to see if Peak Ruby end up with both these support open, with both Nami and Milio open, if they're going to opt to take one of those two, or if they're going to instead go some other direction.
Yeah, and they actually decide to take out the Llama, so another engage style champion taken off the board, and one that's a tanky engage that would give a lot to what Peak Ruby have decided to draft so far. They are lacking just a little bit of engage. Wukong has a little bit of engage with his W ultimate, but not the same as like a Leona ultimate and a Leona E, as it's going to be the Nautilus getting selected here. I think this is an excellent pickup, one that does well with the Lucian and into the Varus does quite well. I'm interested to see now, Drexel Dragons, what do you have in store for your support and for your top lane? What are you deciding to blind? That is going to probably be the pivotal moment for their squad and kind of round it out quite nicely.
Right, we could see a number of supports here like that Morgana, maybe Renata Glask, takes the Nami away, but really, Dragons now, it's their chance to decide, do they want to play this Skarner top? Do they want to play this Skarner jungle? Do they want Talia mid? So many options. We could see a jungler, a mid laner, a top laner, but I'm also going to put my money on a top laner of some variety. Now, I'm not too sure exactly what that could be, but that could be something maybe like a Yone, maybe like an Alawi. I know those are both champions that Zervaloid likes to play.
The Ornn being hovered here, I actually think this is the perfect pick for their team. It has great engage. It has non-committal engage, which is actually kind of key, so that you don't have to commit to that Ornn horn when it's called in, but does so much in lane too. So very good pickup here. And for Peak Ruby, how do you decide to answer this? You're going to need something that is a good tank buster, because right now, Azir's okay at it. Lucian does not like going up against tanks. You need something that can kind of run through this Ornn and keep him down as long as possible.
Right, Camille was banned, and so Yone going to be the lock-in there to round out this draft. So that'll be a fun matchup to watch up top, Yone versus Ornn. And it does provide some of that tank busting in the nature that Yone does like to scale. He gets really strong the more items he gets, obviously, but because he sort of has that hybrid damage, it does make it more difficult for Ornn to just stack armor, stack MR, and become unkillable in lane.
Yeah, it really does. And looking at the entire just overall the compositions that have been drafted, which one are you favoring right now?
Listen, I'm sort of the opinion that Lucian isn't a great AD carry in the absence of a more enchanter support like Nami or Milio. I think he's relatively short range. He sort of falls off, and unless you can really get him ahead early, you know, he's not my favorite lock-in. So I actually, I think I prefer the Drexel Dragons draft here, just because they have the Varus and Ornn. These are great champions that are just always going to be staples because of how utility-based their ultimates are, right? The Chains of Corruption, the Ornn Horn, but like you mentioned, both really good peel and engage options for Drexel Dragons. And alongside that, they have the Talia, which has a lot of value against 5 champions with dashes. So I prefer those elements of it for sure. It will be interesting really to watch, though, is the mid lane matchup, right? I really want to see how Kiva and Reaver65 are going to play this, because if Kiva can find a really big advantage with Azir, I think that could be a problem for the Dragons to get on top of.
It would be a big issue for them if they do decide to have a little bit of issues there. But I'm having to say, for Drexel Dragons, I really like how easy it is for their composition to operate. You have an Ornn in the top lane. You know how that's going to go. You know that you just have to sit back in lane. Just don't give over any gold to the Yone that you don't have to. You don't really have kill pressure in that lane. Let the Skarner work on the bot side of the map. Let this Varus scale up. Let this Talia scale into the matchup a little bit, and you'll do very well. For the side of Peak Ruby, you have a lot higher execution threshold that you have to hit in order to do well in this match. So, I'm always of the opinion the easier the composition is to execute, the easier it is for you to win. I'm slightly worried about the side of Peak Ruby and how hard their composition is to execute. Lucian is very much an early game ADC. If he does not get going ahead early, he's going to struggle into this matchup with the Ornn, with the Skarner, who get to be very, very tanky the later on this game gets. Whereas on the other side with this Varus, he's going to eat through a lot of what they have without too much issue.
Yeah, I do think the redeeming side for Peak Ruby is, by nature of the draft of the Dragons, Wukong is going to want to be in the bot and the mid lane anyways, right? It's not really worth trying to gank an Ornn Yone lane, and that does benefit the Lucian Nautilus bot lane, right? Because if you think about what these champions want to do, they're really aggressive. They want to get a lead early. And Nami Varus, they are a little bit on the squishier side, especially if Little Act gets caught out by a hook early game. So I do think that if Lucian and Azir can get ahead, that does put Peak Ruby in a good position. And then maybe that, you know, we can come back and say, oh, the Dragons scale better. Of course they do. They've got Ornn, they've got later game champions. But scaling isn't just free, right? It's not in a vacuum. You have to be giving something up to scale. And so if they give up too much early, I think that's going to be on Peak Ruby to try and capitalize on their early game advantage.
It really is. They have Peak Ruby has to win in the early game. They don't quite scale very well, except for the Azir. They have to win out hard and early, but if they don't manage to do so, there's still opportunities. It's just it makes the game that much harder for them should they decide not to win early, not to go after those objectives.
Right. Well, we will have the opportunity to see that as we wait out the spectator delay here. Man, it got spoiled on PBE that they're like testing a no spectator delay thing in client. I was, oh my gosh, I'd be so excited if I didn't
I'm excited if that works out.
Right? That'd be so awesome, because this 3 minutes where we get to talk about the game is wonderful, but it also totally takes away from getting to talk about it in game for the first 10 minutes, which is fine.
Yeah,
you know?
it really does. Yeah. I mean, we've kind of broken down what these teams want to do, and it really does come down to how they decide to play out these games, right? It's all about the Rift. We can theorize all day long about how these two teams, what they've built for compositions, but I've seen compositions just earlier today that should have done really well on paper, and it was just floundered in game where they lost with a very strong composition. So who knows what's going to happen half the time.
It's just so hard in especially sort of more like these Emerald style Elo games where we're not pros, right? These aren't players playing at challenger level, at the highest level. And it does mean that mistakes are more likely to happen. So I liked that you pointed out at the start the ease of execution, right? Because that is a really great tool for these non-challenger games. The ease of execution is on the Drexel Dragon side. They have big AoE ultimates, and that means that it's pretty easy for them to do what they're trying to do, and it does make it harder for Peak Ruby. That being said, it's fun game. It's fun to watch high skill comps get executed properly.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that I don't want to see a high threshold comp work well. I love when it works. It's just the amount of times that it works to it doesn't work is that ratio is quite low, unfortunately, especially in the Emerald Elo. So we're going to send it to a quick break right now as we prep for our in-game and see what these two teams decide to bring to the Rift. So we'll be right back, and when we come back, we'll be here with Game 1 between Drexel Dragons D2 and Peak Ruby. Going live.
And we are on the Rift here, game number 1 in this best of 3 style esports season 18 division for the Ionia division. And this is the first round of playoffs for these two teams. There is, of course, a loser's bracket if they can't make it happen today, but trying to move on in the upper bracket while they can. On the red side, Peak Ruby up top, Zervaloid, Shepherd, Kiva, Dark Frenzy, and Peanut 2 Trail and Drexel Dragons, who we agreed had the better draft coming into this game. On the blue side with Botno Hacks, Lithuania, Reaver 65, Uwu Enjoyer 79, and what I can only assume is Lil ACT, Little ACT. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a new one for me, but so far it looks like we're just getting a modified 5 points. No one really in the bot side, as the Nautilus is hovering in the bot lane middle brush, maybe trying to look for an early brush camp cheese to catch out this Varus Nami and get some early damage down.
Right, the Uwu Enjoyer and Nami, they have to be careful, but it should be pretty obvious. You know, they have a ward on that tri-brush, so they know there's nothing happening there, and doing a good job here respecting the possibility of respecting it. Are they? Is Peanut gonna throw the hook there? The hook does land. It is gonna be on the Nami. There is an exhaust, but does get saved. The heal is used by Uwu Enjoyer. Now Peanut Trill. Both supports traded out about half their HP, but the summoner advantage will be in the side of Peak Ruby.
Summoner advantage to Peak Ruby, and crucially, Dark Frenzy on the Lucian took exhaust with Ignite on the Nautilus, so they don't even have a heal in lane at all for this. As we do get some trading from the Yone in the top side.
That is sort of relatively common when you play these aggressive bot lanes. You see two aggressive summoners and Dark Frenzy, Peanut 2 Trill backing that to boot. Although traditional school of thought would be to have the Ignite on the Lucian since he can get a range. But, you know, it works either way. The point's the same. You got aggressive summoner spells for Dark Frenzy and Peanut, and not so much for Uwu Enjoyer. And it will be interesting as Shepherd is clearing top to bot, Lithuania bot to top. So these junglers will be on other sides of the map, and it does maybe make an early tower dive in the bot lane a possibility here for Peak Ruby.
It does, but with the composition that they have right now, I would not want to see a tower dive. I don't think they have the tools necessary. Nautilus isn't quite tanky enough at levels 1, 2, and 3 to really execute effectively on a tower dive. As a good toss back by the Talia, it does get some damage back onto Kiva. But yeah, no, I don't want to see a tower dive in that bot side. It's just not going to work out well for them. Instead, I just want to see a good full clear, take that Scuttle Crab, make sure that nothing crazy happens, as Zervaloid is going to get ganked up here. Ghost being popped by the Skarner.
All right, we're going to try and make some work happen up here. The flash forced out from Zervaloid does still get grabbed by the Skarner, but all in all, everything's all good up there. As Shepherd now in the bot lane here, gonna maybe try and make something happen. Peanut 2 Trill is able to land the hook there onto the Nami once again. Lil ACT forced to flash away, but the first blood over to Dark Frenzy with the help of that Ignite. That'll be a bit of extra gold on this aggressive bot lane. This is what we wanted to see for Peak Ruby.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed to be doing, considering they have the more early game focused team with the Wukong, with the Lucian. Beautifully played there to make sure that they knew that the Skarner was topside, so they knew they had a timing for that gank to happen without too much issue from the Skarner coming around. And now a little bit of a cheeky back area from the Wukong. Varus almost spotting it out, but
right,
now
also the bot lane completely frozen in the favor of Dark Frenzy and Peanut 2 Trill.
Yes.
So we'll make it really hard for Enjoyer and Lil ACT to make their way and try and even continue to farm in this bot lane.
It really is. The Varus really wants to just scale into the matchup, sit back and farm, and with how far up they have to be pushed in order to crash this wave, it opens up another gank for this Wukong to come in, as Zervaloid is not having a great time right now in that lane.
No, Zervaloid is really struggling. Reaver 65 might be the one to struggle next, though. Is the hook actually going to land once again? A nice hook around the corner onto Uwu Enjoyer, burns the flash exhaust. Lil ACT gets rooted up, and Dark Frenzy doesn't look like they have enough damage to make anything happen, but certainly the next hook will be lethal for the bot lane.
And Peanut 2 Trill does have flash, so has to be wary of that happening. As a good stun from the Skarner means that there is no gank that is going to come through. As yeah, Servaloid's really struggling hard into this matchup.
Yeah, that gank was really good, really well timed by Lithuania earlier in this game, and now we're seeing the ramifications of it. Almost a 20 CS gap in favor of the Ornn, which is not what you say very often.
No, it's not. And you can see this Yone really is struggling to even be able to trade back as there's now level 6 for this Ornn. And honestly, like having the Ornn so far ahead so early is really going to struggle
Ooh.
as a flash from Reaver to make sure they don't get caught up in that Shurima shuffle.
Yeah, Kiva tried to go for a quick shuffle there. Didn't quite land. Up top, though, Zervaloid might be in a bit of trouble. All right, Zervaloid able to at least interrupt the Ornn Forge God called in, and both these top laners still pretty low, but Zervaloid's got to be careful. The flash and the proc with the brittle going to be good enough for a solo kill up top.
And very well played by bot non-hacks to get him that low in the first place and then be able to secure the kill in what is supposed to be an unfavorable matchup for the Ornn. It's just, that's the power of an Ornn right now. What is it? LS once said that he's like every like rogue, mage, tank,
assassin, yeah.
everything. That's essentially what he is. There's like no getting around it.
He is all those things, and off the back of that, it does look like Lithuania is going to be able to grab this first set of grubs, although might not mean good things for the future of the Drexel Dragons bot lane, as Shepard has made their way around this tri-brush unseen. Flash hook,
Flash hook.
a little ACT, and the fish is doing a good job of biting out the end of that hook as Peanut 2 Trill able to find those, and I imagine it'll be the dragon as well for Peak Ruby.
It should be the dragon. It's a common trade right now to trade dragon for the grubs, and the grubs getting taken by Lithuania this early is actually quite good for them because it's going to spawn the next ones at 11 minutes, obviously about 11 and a half, 12 minutes. But really is so good for them is because this Ornn is getting, solo kills in the top already, has a 30 CS lead over this Yone, and it's just going to grow even more. He's just going to get that much tankier as this game goes on, right? He's already so tanky that this Yone is struggling, and this Lucian, yeah, he has 2 kills, but is it enough to withstand how tanky this Ornn is going to be once it actually comes to these mid-game team fights?
Yeah, it does seem like Peak Ruby might have a few difficulties dealing with the Ornn, but they do have a 2-0 Lucian, right? Dark Frenzy has picked up that early game lead that we wanted to see from them. And as these bot laners start to hit level 6, it'll be interesting if the junglers change their pathing. Shepard up there walks up and discovers their red buff went missing as Lithuania grabbed that during the dragon. As the gold lead about 400 in the favor of Peak Ruby, though ornaments are ever on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, with Ornn already level 8, at level 13 he gets to start upgrading items, and that's when you start to worry for this composition from Peak Ruby. They've started off well on the bot side of the map. The top side is a little bit weaker right now, but with this, you really need this Azir and Lucian to come online and deal some damage, because otherwise when these ornaments start coming through, you're not going to have a good time into them.
Lithuania now. Bot tri-brush trying to maybe make something happen for the Drexel Dragons bot side. We'll see.
Ooh, barely missing out on that knockup for the brittle.
Zerfblade's still not going to be winning this trade for sure. I'll tell you that much. Lithuania has popped the ghost, and they hit the impale. The very end of it will hit Dark Frenzy as the Chains of Corruption going to ensure that shutdown over to Enjoyer 79, and the Weaver's Wall limits the remaining options there for Peanut 2 Trills. The double kill over to that Varus.
Double kill over to the Varus. What was looking so good for this Lucian to start out has just collapsed into the favor of this Varus as another Ornhorn is getting cast out. Doesn't quite manage to catch anybody as a good Q3, but is it going to be enough?
I don't even know what's happening. All I know is BotNoHax has taken like 3 tower shots and will actually give the kill over to Zervaloid, who... it was a little messy, but got there in the end.
Got there in the end, and that's what you want from the Yone, is to get there, but with how close it is, it's not faring well because this Ornn is not at really all that tankiness now. Unfortunately, he did go for the Sunfire cape, or the Sunfire Aegis to start, which I hate people going for this item as a first item. It's super golden. It's like 75% gold efficient. Whereas you can go with other armor items. You can get the Bombing Cinder and go for another armor item and be much more gold efficient early on in the game when gold is not at a premium.
All right,
we do
there's
have
the flash from Kiva, puts the wall up, knocks it right into the Shepherd's loving arms, and that will be another kill. Back this time for Peak Ruby as Kiva finally gets on the board, giving that kill over to Shepherd at the end of the day, though.
Yeah, that Kiva there. I mean, I know why Shepherd took the kill there. Just that's the ultimate is how it works. But I was hoping Kiva would get that gold because they're the ones that really need the gold more than this Wukong. This Wukong's are always going to be kind of useful getting in and knocking people up. But the more gold that Azir has early, the better chances you have at actually winning the game. Because you need him online as soon as possible. But looking forward right now, Wukong is taking the second set of grubs, which means it's going to be a 3-grub game for both teams, so no small ones being spawned out as the culling is being put onto Uwu Enjoyer, and it's hurting a little bit. As,
the piercing arrow misses! But the arrow misses!
No, you gotta land those.
You can't be missing
Check your DPI, check your mouse DPI. Check your mouse DPI,
good.
It's too high.
Yeah, we'll hit the next one, This bot lane is able to grab a couple of turret plates as they weren't able to be up there for the grub fight. As the second dragon now going to be on the map here in a short 45 seconds. And the second will be a Chemtech and Peak Ruby looking to grab that one when it spawns.
And that's going to be a good dragon. I think that leaves up some good souls for us to have. We have the Infernal Soul, we have the Ocean Soul, and most importantly, we still have the Hextech Soul available. I think those are really going to be the good ones to grab. I'm not a huge fan of the Cloud Soul. I think it might work well for him. As Ghost, again, by Lithuania. Are they going to be able to make anything happen?
Oh, the Unstoppable actually fares pretty well. The Fate Sealed buffered as the Impale grabs his Zervaloid instead, and no flash for this Yone, so that will be enough to find a kill up top. But a lot of ultimates used right before this drag fight.
But honestly, I'm not too concerned about that. Trading off for the second dragon is fine to make sure this Yone is put farther behind. And Botnon Hacks is getting even more gold, and you're denying a bunch of gold from this Wukong in terms of his jungle camps and clear. So that's a kill plus 2 plates over to this Ornn, who, yeah, he got the assist, but it's the kill over to the Skarner plus the 2 plates over to the Ornn. That's feeling really good if you're the Ornn.
Yeah, you certainly can't be too unhappy about that. Reaver going to put the rocks down. Will stun Kiva up so they don't get hit by that Emperor's Divide, thankfully. Still forced to burn the flash, though. Lithuania going to grab the red buff while the dragon was taken on the other side of the map once again. And finally, it looks like this bot lane can maybe actually begin to fight each other as the Blade of the Ruined King picked up by Uwu Enjoyer, who is now the AD carry with the shutdown instead.
Yeah, he's been playing out now after that kind of scuffed early game, playing it out very well to get some damage out and be able to really wrest control of this lane from what felt like it to be a slightly failing lane. As a good bubble lands to make sure they can clear out the ward, and yeah, nothing really comes of it. But overall, the pressure is on Peak Ruby to make something happen right now because they are kind of bleeding out here. With turret plates, they didn't really take any turret plates compared to the side of Drexel Dragons, who had like, what was it, like 5 or 6 plates overall taken?
Yeah, the Dragons were doing a good job of getting those turret plates, mostly up top for sure. The the Emperor's Divide actually not quite going to land, and Reaver going to miss the stone toss. They will be okay, though, chunked out in that mid lane trade. And yeah, like you mentioned, the gold lead, it is starting to bleed, slowly slip away from Peak Ruby, who now find themselves behind 1,300 gold, but they have 2 dragons to trade for it, right?
Yeah, there is 2 dragons for them, and it is going to be an Infernal Soul on the map, favoring really both squads. And having given up the 2 first dragons, you really want to try to contest for this third one. And you can see Lithuania already down here trying to make a play happen. Does get spotted out, but it's a too little too late.
Dark Frenzy, able to drag that out. The Chains of Corruption not going to land. Heartsteel already picked up for Lithuania, who does impale Dark Frenzy. Shepherd's actually solo alone on the back line, gets exhausted. He went too deep now. So it's Uwu Enjoyer. Nice another bubble here from ACT. Uwu Enjoyer just going to be able to clean that one up, and that arrow is going to land even through the flash. A double kill. Now it's Reaver continuing this play. Dark Frenzy actually finds that kill, though. The Thalia bit off a bit more than she could chew. And the Flash Arrow, at the end of the day, will find a third kill over to Uwu Enjoyer. Wow.
Uwu and Joyer now 5-0-0. They're going to take this bot lane tier 1 as well. And honestly, what was the strong side of the map for Peak Ruby has really turned into probably the weakest part of the map now. 550 gold bounty onto the Varus, 5-0-0, 133 CS, and working their way towards their second item, which is almost online.
Yeah, Uwu and Trey is going to be super strong for this third dragon, which at this point you have to imagine that Drexel Dragons are interested in actually fighting for, because they gave the first two up. They kind of don't really want to give any more objectives away when they're up now 3,000 gold.
Yeah, they really don't want to give any away, but Servaloid dishing out some damage onto bot on hacks and feeling a little better now that the Ionia has that Blade of the Ruined King, but still not able to actually wrest control of the lane, which is key to making sure that you can make something happen. As the rest of the team, they've stuck Varus in the mid lane, and they're going to be taking Herald, and Wukong isn't anywhere around.
Yeah, I mean, Peak Ruby will not have the opportunity to fight this Rift Herald, so that will in fact go over to Drexel Dragons D2. And continuing to watch this top lane, I mean, Zervaloid has at least managed to keep the CS gap at around that 20 mark since, 5 minutes into the game. Though they will have to give up a few here as Lithuania is going to try and make a play. The E for Zervaloid will dodge it, but they're going to have to go back to their shadow, go back to their former body. And I have to imagine they can't get out here, right? They flash away, the Ornhorn gets salted, and that's going to be enough. Yeah, that's going to be enough. Kiva now on the bot side goes for a shuffle. Takes a couple of tower shots, but with the Q, the last auto will be good enough. Those soldiers putting in work as Kiva finally picks up their first kill of the match off the back of that Asher's Tooth. And Bodnon Hacks has TP to the mid lane, and we're good. I can stop talking now, right?
Yeah, you're good. Don't worry.
Okay, all right. We're not fighting anymore. All right, just had to make sure.
No more fights happening. Kiva getting that solo kill in the bot lane, making sure that they can pick up that turret. A little bit of gold that they absolutely needed to get since they were falling a little bit farther behind. It is now a 3,500 gold lead in favor of Drexel Dragons. And with this dragon spawning right now, mid lane prio is in the favor of the Dragons, but they're going to have a little bit of a struggle walking through this this little choke point here. As no, they just everybody decides to back away from it and not fight over the... What are you guys doing? That was a perfect setup to take something out. I don't know at this point.
Just gave all their pressure away, right? They had full control over that with Peanut 2 Trill's hook threatening so much damage onto somebody from the Dragons, but just give it away and instead look like gonna TP and walk in now.
And Yone is kind of not having a good time here. Oh, almost gets bubbled up, but...
Oh, Fate Seal finds both the backline members. That's so huge. Cyclone Shepherd finds that shutdown. Lithuania gonna try and make something happen, but Kiva with a nice weave, Emperor's Divide, gonna be able to find a bunch of damage. Lithuania now the main member left here for the Dragons. They don't even get the dragon in the meantime. The shutdown over to Zervaloid. That's the third dragon picked up now for Peak Ruby, who find a massive win off the back of that Fate Seal from Zervaloid.
A huge dragon steal coming out from Shepherd there, and what a huge Fate sealed across three members of the team, picking out so many of them. And what is it now? That was a clean ace. No one died from the side of Peak Ruby, and that's exactly what you want to see. Reaver though,
that was a really aggressive Weaver's Wall, a really nice hook there from Peanut to get her off of that. That was bold. It was bold. I like bold though.
That's something. I will say that. But no, it's
yeah, and just like that, right? This game was looking Drexel Dragons all the time. The Chains of Corruption is going to land on Zervaloid, and this Machine Gun Varus is just going to eat through Zervaloid's measly HP bar now that the Terminus has been picked up as well. And as I was saying, like, this game looked so Drexel Dragons right before that fight, and then Zervaloid made some magic happen, and the rest of the Peak Ruby was there to capitalize on it. So now they're one dragon away from Infernal Soul.
Yeah, they really are. And with how they're not ahead, by any means. They're still 300 gold behind, but they have now this timer that the dragons have to play around, right? They have to play around this infernal, because it's soul point. They have to play around this next dragon, and if they give it up, they're giving over a lot of power, and that's the risk that you have to take whenever you give up the 2 early dragons. Basically, every dragon from here on out has to be fought for by the side of dragons. So that means you got to prep your waves, you have to prep vision ahead of time, and you have to set up for the fights and make sure that you're ready for them, because it didn't feel like you really were on that last one. You were able to walk in, but you didn't prep for the fight ahead of time. And you kind of just let them walk into you.
Yeah, there was some, some questionable pre-dragon decisions made, in my opinion, but it still worked out pretty well for Peak Ruby at the end of the day, so can't be complaining too hard from them. And you mentioned this gold lead has been pretty much equalized. I do want to point out Kiva now has hit that second item mark. This is going to be a really strong Azir for the rest of the game.
Yes, and that's really their win condition at this point, is if this Azir can stay alive in a fight, they will win the fight. This Azir is just going to pump out raw damage that is going to hurt anybody within those soldiers' ranges.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be the upside for holding on this long, and Kiva has played a tight game even if it hasn't necessarily been one full of solo kills. Is the Rift Tail going to get cashed in there for that mid-tier 1? Lithuania actually going to try and make a play. There's the big wall! Kiva finds a 4-man Emperor's Divide. Now what can Peak Ruby do to capitalize off of it? Kiva actually chunked out pretty low. Shepard now on the back line. Ulu Enjoyer gets taken down. Dark Frenzy, the main DPS left here for Peak Ruby, as Zervaloid has found their way to the fight. The Fate Seal on the remaining 2 members, and it's only this Ornn who can't be killed. It's just Botnon Hacks who will be able to make it out alive. A 3 for 4 at the end of the day. That was a huge fight.
I mean, and it popped off. I wasn't expecting a fight there at all. And then it was just like, boom, we're fighting. And you can see the power of Kiva with that shuffle. I mean, it was a huge 4-man shuffle, but there was no follow-up damage behind it, so they actually didn't actually get everything that they wanted out of it, and it took Servaloid TPing in, or not TPing, but walking up from the bot lane to make the rest of the play happen. Otherwise, it was looking in favor of Dragons there.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. The damage is kind of lacking, or at least it felt like it in that fight. So, so much of that is going to be on Zervaloid to combo their ultimate well with Kiva. To see, Peak Ruby have some success here is Infernal Soul 50 seconds away. Both these teams going to be setting their sights on that. Can't be given the Infernal Soul away for free. And both teams have some teleports available. So I expect some hopefully these laners are going to continue to push out their sideways, as we're seeing Kiva doing a really good job of that up top right now.
That we are, as Lithuania is looking to maybe get something for this. Dragon is spawning in 24 seconds, and it's kind of, we're drawing up the battle lines right now of who's going to be where and where's everybody going to be fighting from. Kiva does have TP though, so is able to push that out quite a long time. And honestly though, for the side of Peak Ruby, you can give up this dragon without issue. Yeah, it feels good to get that Infernal Soul, but just keep them here, and the Azir's just putting in so much work that you don't have to worry about it at all. And that's a very worthwhile trade if I'm Peak Ruby right now.
Yeah, the Dragons had to bleed so much gold. Look at Kiva still hitting away at this top lane now on the inhibitor turret after taking tier 1 and tier 2. Lithuania will at least be able to claim this dragon, this first Infernal Dragon for the Dragons, the Drexel Dragons. But yeah, it was a reasonable trade, I think. And now the Baron will be the next main objective that these teams are going to be interested in fighting over. Or maybe we're just going to fight right now over the mid lane tower here. Shepard going to get caught out. A nice culling from Dark Frenzy. The chains will root up Shepard though. And Zervaloid's ult's going to go a little bit wide. We'll still be able to find one kill. A huge ult knockup from Botnon Hacks, who's called the Forge God in, and he's rewarded him with some favors. Peanut 2 Trail will be able to hook the wall, but it won't be enough to hook him out to safety. And Kiva puts up the divide, just barely survives the rock.
I mean, that's single-digit health right there, but very well played by the Dragons to counter-punch that. It was a little bit too far from Zervaloid to go after Reaver, focus the turret and you would have been fine to back away, but now you're losing so much on the back end. What was looking so good for Peak Ruby has kind of turned into disaster for them as we hit this 25-minute mark, is they're going to lose the mid inhib without, being able to take anything in return.
It is going to be not a great trade at the end of the day for Peak Ruby, who, like you mentioned, had to give up that mid inhib. And Ruby's going to continue to chase the dragons away, but I can't really foresee anything too crazy happening. The Fate Seal is still on cooldown, and it looks like maybe some calls over towards the Baron as Drexel
They're going to
Dragons
start
have
a
to take
Baron
reset.
on spot when they get there, I think.
Give a level 16 to Reaver's 13. Look at that damage from Azir.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
That's the power of Azir, ladies and gentlemen. And that just means Baron.
Yeah, the Crypt Bloom picked up, and that's why Kiva dealing so much of that damage. And actually, the Ruby is opting to instead hop off and collect some waves.
Yeah, they elect, because of the tempo of everybody resetting, that they didn't want to take that fight, even though I think they win that fight. They have the ultimates to do so. I don't know why. I don't think they needed to pull off that Baron at all.
Yeah, there's something to be said for definitely holding on until you're sure you can win it. Also, of course, they were waiting for Kiva's flash to come up, and we could call it as that the main reason why they wanted to do anything or to hold off. But now they've started it, and they're going to deal good damage with the help of Azir and Yon. So many auto attackers going to shred this Baron. What can they do? The Baron will go up. A nice 3-man knockup from the Forge God is their Dark Frenzy just gets completely deleted, and Peanut's forced to flash away. Is the rest of Ruby. Oh, Peanut doesn't hook the wall. The bubble will actually land, so the Nautilus gets stunned up, but it is just the Nautilus. Zervaloid, once again, the Impale grabbing Ionia out of his ultimate. The Weaver's wall cutting off the escape options. Now Shepard's the one. Tossed back into the rest of the team. Knocked up by bot non-hacks. And actually will be able to find the kill onto little ACT on the other side. It looked like the Nautilus was finally taken down, and Kiva does still have this ult available, but it's a 2v4, and they got to be really careful. Shepard's trying to hang on to this Baron.
He's trying to, but look at the base. The base is in shambles as the rest of the team is pushing in, and Azir really can't do that much against him, as Dark Frenzy finally did respawn here, but they're going to lose a Nexus Tower. As Kiva just gets stunned up.
The flash wall is going to be able to find 3 with the knockup, and they got too comfortable. Kiva's still here, still a level 17 Azir, and still going to be able to save this base.
No. It's just a back and forth game right now, but that's one Nexus turret down, one really hurting. Or is that both of them now? That's both of them down.
Both down.
So this base is able to be backdoored right now, and you really have to keep an eye on that if you're the side of Peak Ruby, but game's still going thanks to the heroics of Kiva on this Azir, making sure that his team is still in this for game 1.
Yeah, this has been quite the game, let me tell you, as the Baron, not on any of the members pushing this mid tower, as 30 seconds until this Infernal Soul. This time, surely we fight for the Infernal Soul, right? With a level 18 Azir, surely.
I would think that they should, yes. The level 18 Azir, who's super strong. But on the other side, you do have a level 15 Ornn, which means Ornn items are starting to come through. And that means look at
like... non-tax's build. There's like no MR. It's just Jack Show.
Yeah. And so they're going to struggle a little bit in that aspect, but that's where I think they're hoping that the Azir just can't do anything to them. But everybody's backing off from the side of Peak Ruby, and that's just another free dragon going over to the side of Drexel Dragons for nothing.
Listen, I'm not one to backseat the players, of course, but I will say that's a surprising call. I would have expected to see some kind of contest, but maybe they were just respecting the possibilities of a backdoor. They do have an open Nexus, right? So they do have to respect that, especially with an Ornn who you can't really effectively kill.
Yeah, I mean, Azir will start to shred through him because he doesn't have any MR. This Skarner does not have any MR, so this Azir is strong enough to fight all this, and as you can see now, the Yone is looking for a flank of some sort, trying to get this game over with, but couldn't find it, and Looks like we're going to go on for just a little bit longer as these teams are on a knife's edge. If one team wins a team fight with a wave, it's kind of just over.
And I want to sort of draw us to the scoreboard here. We see 2 players in this game, both have 4 items. One of them is Enjoyer, who has 11 kills this game and has picked up again that 4th item, tier 2 boots, has an upgraded Rage Blade. And Kiva, who is level 18, 300 CS, has been farming out the wazoo this game and has another 4 items to boot as well. So these are the 2 members that we have to watch for these sides. We have to pay attention. What happens to Varus? What happens to Azir? Because that's going to determine which of these teams wins this team fight.
Yeah, and Azir has had some amazing shuffles this game, and I think that's if they win, it's going to be off an Azir shuffle once again, and I think that's the angles that they're trying to look for.
Yeah, that's the feeling I get too. I'm foreseeing a big shuffle from Kiva to put this game, night. Maybe Worlds-esque even a flash shuffle onto a Varus.
I mean, I know what play you're talking about too, and it's that's some high standards there. But
I'm not saying Kiva's faker, but I'm not. Have you ever seen him in the same room? That's all I'm gonna say.
Right, like it's questions have to be made. Why isn't Faker practicing for MSI? No.
Exactly.
Yone into Talia.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yone into Talia in the bot side. Everybody's just kind of trying to catch waves, waiting for this Baron and Dragon to spawn. We have about a minute and a half between the 2 spawns, so we may even get to see 2 fights in our future before this game is done.
It's always possible. It is actually true that if the Drexel Dragons lose a team fight but don't get 5-0 wiped, they might be able to defend the base, right? They have a mid tier 2, they have a bot tier 2, they have all their inhibitors up, and they don't have an open nexus, right? So they have a significantly more time buffer than Peak Ruby do if they lose a team fight, because they got a mid inhib and a nexus, and that's not going to be much or enough to stop more than 1 member, if that, of a team fight loss. So basically, Peak Ruby can't afford to lose a team fight.
I want to see Drexel Dragons just try to force it mid right now. I think that they have the damage there with the Varus to outpush, but Azir called back and Yone is getting called back. They are definitely worried about that kind of play from happening, so kind of gets stifled there. Ornn is in the bot side still. Baron up in 2 seconds, Dragon up in a minute 30. This is where it starts to get really tense for the teams.
Shepherd is definitely positioning aggressively here. We see the
TP
behind. Shepherd is going to be able to find a flash cyclone. Enjoyer is able to dodge that. Fate sealed at least. Oh, finally the Varus is going to go down. What can the rest of the team make happen? Those Servaloid going to get traded up, and Bodden on hacks on top of the rest of Peak Ruby. Dark Frenzy trying to dish out a bunch of damage. The Crypto Bloom healing. And just a useless Talia has done nothing. This game continues to do nothing. Kiva and the rest of Peak Ruby cleaned that one up. It's just Lithuania left.
It's just Lithuania left, and I don't know. That could be game. I don't think the Skarner can actually keep everybody out. They have the wave.
They have the wave. They have range. They still have the Emperor's Divide too. I don't think Lithuania can make anything happen here. Gonna have to maybe try and make a play for the wave. But with so much damage, Dark Frenzy doesn't have a ton of HP. Oh, the hook goes wide. Lithuania has cleared the wave. Okay, I think Drexel Dragons will survive this one. Lithuania aggressively goes in, gonna try and look for some kills here. Enjoyer gets instantly popped, but is able to at least find an arrow onto Dark Frenzy. That deals a bunch of the wave clear out of the way now.
But I think this...
The sole survivor.
I mean, it's the game of inches, right?
Yeah.
And it's so close, yet so far for both of these teams. Every so often, the lag T getting chunked down to 25% health gets a little bit of healing back. But I mean, this is Infernal Soul for the side of Peak Ruby here. There is no contest. Yeah, they finally got it.
They finally got it. All right, we got Infernal Soul. We have a Giga-Fed Azir. There's I don't see a way where Kiva doesn't just shred through all of the Drexel Dragons at this point.
They should, yeah. I mean, just play with this wave. I don't think you have to worry too much, but they are going to go for Baron, close this out. by the book and make sure that they have every tool in their back pocket to do so. Or maybe they're just gonna, okay,
Right,
Dragons.
going for a collapse play here. Lilac T. Oh, Reaver taking so much damage from the culling. I mean, respectfully, not Reaver's best game today, at least in this first
No,
one.
no, it's not. And yeah, they just get to go to Baron now.
Right,
There's
they have
no,
the man advantage.
That's man advantage. It's a free Baron, and they can just walk it in
Baron.
at this point.
Free Baron, mid inhib down. They have all 5 members. They have an Infernal Soul. They have a full build Azir, who certainly is going to pick up a Rabadon's on this base, I imagine. There it is. And even with the ornaments, I just don't think it'll be enough.
It shouldn't be enough, I would think.
Reaver will be able to respawn before this next team fight. We are, of course, 5 minutes away from an Elder, so that's not going to be what happens next. I imagine what happens next is just
We shouldn't
Ruby.
be 5 minutes in this game.
There shouldn't be 5. I like it.
We shouldn't have
be.
any more 5. We shouldn't have another 5 minutes in this game with how strong Kiva is right now. Kiva 7-1-12 has everything in their back pocket in order to do well. As yeah, it's just been a differences of mid laners this game. Reaver just hasn't been in the game. It feels like they're 0-10-5 and just hasn't really done anything to help their team at all, except for a few good Reaver's walls early on. But
right.
It's just it's not enough at this late stage of the game.
Yeah, it just is not comparative to the damage Kiva's been dishing out. As speaking of Kiva soloing that top side tier 1 tower, pushing that wave out, and now splitting their Baron, doing a good job of collecting the towers across the map.
Yeah, they're doing an excellent job of doing so to make sure they are forcing the hand of the Dragons to make decisions that maybe aren't the best for them, but you have to do something. As now all the towers are down, they're going to force now.
All right, what's going to happen here? It is a 3v4 sort of to start this fight off. The exhaust is actually going to come out on the Nautilus, which is an interesting target, as there goes 2 members instantly popped by the Cyclone from Shepard, who's doing a great job dishing out damage. Who needs Kiva when you got the rest of the team to make magic happen? A triple kill now for Shepard, as a bot non-hacks finally taken down. The unkillable Ornn takes on 4. The ace up over to Kiva, and that will be the end of game 1 as Peak Ruby claw their way back from a decent start, a questionable mid-game, and a great end of the game to give them the first game.
Yeah, game 1 going over to Peak Ruby in, I wouldn't say it was a dominant fashion. I think there was a definite point where they almost lost the game, but overall, they came back and they gave themselves time to scale for their Azir. They had good late game scaling with the Azir that we were worried about just because they didn't have anything in the mid game. Lucian really did fall very flat. And so there is definite chinks in the armor for the Drexel Dragons to come back into game 2 and punish them with. But for now, it is game 1 going over to Peak Ruby. And if they want to draft something similar, I mean, I have to say, just get a little bit more of a front line and a little bit easier composition to execute on, and you won't get as close to losing the game as you did in game 1, I would have to say.
Yeah, I don't know. It is sort of difficult to point to specific areas besides the mid lane where I felt like the Dragons were struggling a lot, right? Because they did sort of have, I mean, we saw Bodnon Hags had a couple of solo kills up top. They got a couple of plates. They had a nice lead over this Yone. And Varus was also, had 11 kills sort of at the end of that game, was also full build. And it just still wasn't enough, right? So maybe got to go back to the drawing board a little bit before this game too.
Yeah, that they do. And while they're in that drawing board, what do you want to see from the Drexel Dragons coming into game 2?
I think, we need some kind of plan to shut down Kiva, because Kiva was just free farming that entire game, right? They were like 10 CS per minute at 30 minutes. And so whether that's picking a champion that the Drexel Dragons are more comfortable on in the mid lane, that they can keep up with that farming in some capacity, right? Even if they can't necessarily find a solo kill with that mid lane matchup, at least something that can keep up in gold with what Kiva is doing, I think is going to be probably the key to success for the Dragons game 2.
All right, and with that, we're gonna send it to a break. When we come back, we'll be ready with game 2 between Peak Ruby and Drexel Dragons V2 and the draft for that. So don't go anywhere, don't touch that browser. We'll be right back just after this break.
See you in a few. Kiva. And where did they pick Kiva in the draft in the first game? They blind picked it first, right? P. Ruby said, we don't care what you're going to play against our Azir. We're going to pick Azir, right? So I don't necessarily think that like counter picking Kiva was a good strategy game one, or maybe it's a strategy for game two, but it didn't feel like that was the reason why they got destroyed. So I don't think that the sides are going to matter that much, is what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't think they will. I'll be interested to see, as we are getting into draft right now. Really, it's gonna be in these bans, right? What do the Dragons decide to ban out? Or are they going to keep the same bans? I'm hoping to see an Azir ban because Kiva was just too good on the champion and really shut Reaver out of the game, where Reaver was just another minion by the end of the game, honestly.
I would be very surprised if we don't see an Azir ban. I'm with you where I like taking players off of their super comfort carry picks, especially when they play very well in a series, right? This is best of 3. So it's not like Drexel Dragons get to hold on to anything for the next game if they lose here. I think just getting Kiva off of the champion that they played super well on in that Azir and making them at least play something else is probably a good idea.
Yeah, definitely. As we do see the Nautilus taken off the board, so that's good in terms of the support role, but Kiva is the one that you need to be focusing. The Nautilus was very good, but it wasn't the key, I would have to say.
Yeah. It was a piece of the puzzle, but it was not the big picture, right?
Yeah, and I think that actually they were the ones playing it. No,
the Dragons.
No, Peak Ruby was playing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking Red Side played it, and I was like, why is Red Side banning it? They flip sides.
See, it's not fair. We got Peak Ruby, we got Red Side, we got Blue Side, we got Dragons, we've got the Drexel Dragons.
It's a lot of stuff to keep it going.
Overlap.
But the Skarner's going to get banned out. Peak Ruby said that was one of the issues, so...
That was really annoying for the Yone, for sure, where how many of those Impales just canceled the Fate Seal that otherwise would have kept the Yone safe. There's not many champions that can gank Yone like that and pick up a kill, and in which case...
But no Azir ban.
Skarner. Wow, yeah, I'm surprised to see no Azir ban. I mean, Pantheon and Jace are both champions that are also Kiva picks, based on their OPGG, but I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. It's bold. Let's say that.
And maybe they're deciding to pick it here. Peak Ruby deciding to take the Xin Zhao first as B1. I mean, that's a really good strong jungler right now.
Right, super strong, flexible, fits in most compositions. Not a lot of bad matchups for sure. And in general, first picking junglers is going to be pretty good.
Ooh.
All right. I found the counterplay.
That's my King of Shurima now. So that's what they're going to decide to do to keep it out of Kiva's hands. And honestly, I'm a little worried for the side of Dragons because Reaver was not really a member of the team last game in terms of being anywhere on the map. He had a few good Reaver's walls, but nothing really stood out, and he was like 0-10-5 by the end of it. And putting him on such an influential champion such as Azir, the question marks start to arise. Are they actually going to be able to play it the way they need to, or is it going to fall flat, and Kiva's just going to get something else that's even better?
It's a bold strategy for sure. We'll see how it works out as this draft continues on. Jack's going to be the blind pick top lane for the Drexel Dragons. And Kiva is just going to say, I'm going to eagle you. How about the Akali Azir matchup?
And that is one that is supposedly Azir favored. It's even, but slightly Azir favored. So Kiva is throwing down the gauntlet saying, I am better than you. I have better hands, and I'm going to outplay you.
I mean, listen, if you only look at game one, that claim has been backed up. So we'll see if that's what happens in game two. Of course, there are more than just one lane in League of Legends, and certainly you can try and carry all you want from one lane, but you can't rely, or you got to rely on your team for at least some amount of the rest of it. So K'Sante going to be the blind pick top lane for Peak Ruby. Sorry, not blind pick. There's already a Jax. Going to be the response to the Jax over there from the Dragons. I like
could be Jax jungle, so...
Could be Jax jungle, yeah.
I like Peak Ruby hiding their bot lane here because that was kind of a power point for them, or was supposed to be a power point for them. So they want to see what the Dragons decide to maybe pick up here, but it's going to be the Darius in the top lane with the Jax being flexed to jungle, which means that it's Cassante versus Darius, which is Darius favored, and something that needs to be kept an eye on, as Xin Zhao is going to need to be making a lot of trips topside.
Yeah, I mean, bot on Hags, again, looking solely at how that 1v1 played up top lane last game, it did seem like they were the better top lane. So I kind of like the aggressive Darius pick. You know, you want something that can really deal with an enemy fed sort of squishy member, which would be a Kali, right, in this case. So I think Darius is a pretty reasonable pick. I like I said, putting one of your better players on a better, more carry champion like that Darius. Now the support band's starting to roll out here. Janna, Thresh both taken off the table. Morgana Karma sort of in the back of my mind as something I know that Lilac-T likes to play. So we'll see what that manifests itself in.
That we will, as Thresh and Blitzcrank are both taken off the board by Drexel Dragons. It's interesting. So those are 2 hook champions along with the Nala.
Right.
So 3 engaged supports taken off the board. I wonder where Ruby is going to go from here, right? There aren't too many more hook champions that you can pick up that would do well. And looking at them right now,
I mean, we know
you have Leona still on the board.
1. Yeah.
So there's Leona, there's Rel. Rel was banned game 1. You have Pike. If you wanted to go for more AP route, you could go Swain, but
I'm expecting a blind pick AD carry here. But we'll see what the Dragons want to opt for.
That would be interesting. That would be support. I think that's a Hwei support.
I think that's a Hwei carry, APC. Actually.
It could be Hwei APC. I did cast that today. It wasn't the greatest. It had its issues. And ultimately, it did lose. So, I mean, it's an interesting style.
Hwei carry before this league. So, I would expect that to be a Hwei in that AP carry role. We'll see what Peak Ruby want to do. There's a Varus open still. Could opt for the Varus once again. Or sorry, Lucian. Could opt for Lucian once again. Varus also on the board. Plenty of good AD carries.
Ooh, I like this, the Senna. It allows you to sit back and scale, and Hwei is really going to struggle into it because you don't get the just amount of damage that you normally would. And that can be Senna support still with an ADC that can also punish. So definite power options available for Peak Ruby in this bot lane still.
Now, I'm going to let you in on a little secret of mine. I've never cast a Senna before and had it win. I've cast a fair amount of Senna. So we'll see if this is, this game breaks the curse or not. Rel is going to be the support. Of course, that does mean that Senna is going to be in that AD carry role. And like you mentioned, I do like it because it is going to be good against Hwei, against AP carries, because they can't really trade as effectively against Senna. And we'll see what the support is.
That is a very AP heavy team coming out from the Dragons, I have to say.
Yeah, Hwei, Morgana, Azir.
Hwei Nami, though.
To deal with Cassante. All right. Well, there's the last pick, Nami. And so we have a Hwei Nami bot lane against Senna Rel. This is kind of an interesting one. Those are not super common pairs.
What is it with today and Hwei APCs? I don't know. But it's going to be interesting. And Senna Rel into Hwei Nami, I think that's going to be slightly Hwei Nami favored early just because the Hwei can output more damage than the Senna. But as the game goes on, if this Hwei does not keep up pressure, this Senna will outscale.
Yeah, I mean, that's always, again, going back to the first game, right? Senna, Ornn, these are champions that if you give them enough time, they will take over the game. But you can't give up too much in the meantime, which is what we saw what happened, right? Like, Kiva sat there and outscaled the hyperscalers because Kiva just did it faster. And so when that's what you're doing, you don't really get the opportunity to scale. So much of this game is just going to be how much room are you going to give Kiva based on what we saw in that first match.
Yeah, it's all about what they decide to do in these first openings, like minutes of this match. If the Akali can get ahead, this Hwei is not going to have any point in this game where they can do anything. It's a team full of squishies in the Azir, the Hwei, and the Nami, and Akali will have a field day if they even get one kill and can start snowballing. But if this Akali kind of gets starved out and Azir can start scaling up nicely, Dragons have a good comp to kind of run through them, even if it is slightly AP heavy.
Listen, I'm not one to sort of put players on blast, but I want to bring an important note about the mid lane matchup to our attention, right? Kiva is a Diamond 4 mid laner, the highest ranked player on on Peak Ruby, and also that's the same rank as the highest ranked player on the Dragons. And Reaver is a silver player, and so I'm just like a little bit suspect of the Azir Kali matchup when it's a diamond versus a silver, and it just I don't it doesn't feel good for the Dragons.
No, no, it doesn't. It's definitely going to skew a little bit more Akali favored, but I'm excited for this matchup. I think it'll be a fun one with a lot of fighting because Akali needs to skirmish heavy early on in order to start snowballing, whereas Azir wants to sit back and scale up. So if Akali can get the skirmishes and make it a firework heavy game, then it's going to be one that Akali will love.
And we saw right the first game was very skirmish heavy, shall we say, right? There was so much fighting going
It
on,
was.
even if there wasn't necessarily an objective on the map. And so I think champions like Senna and Akali and Zinzad, these are champions that really benefit from situations like that, from game states like that. They want to be fighting you. They want to be constantly abusing the fact that they have really strong kits at those early levels. And I think that does probably benefit Peak Ruby a little bit more than it does benefit the Drexel Dragons.
With that being said, do you have any last final comments? Who do you think will win this game?
I mean, listen, I just don't see an answer to Kiva. Kiva plays the same way they did this game, they did last game. I just don't. I just can't think of a way for the Dragons to really answer that in a meaningful way. So I'm gonna put my money on Peak Ruby. That being said, if they can find an answer to Kiva, if they can shut down Kiva, I think there's a total possibility that Darius just runs over this game, runs over this top lane, starts 5-0, just slaps the rest of the Peak Ruby, and we see a game 3.
Absolutely. Well, with that being said, we're going to send it off to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be in game for game 2 between Peak Ruby and Drexel Dragons D2. Don't touch those browsers. We'll be right back. 1.
And welcome back. Game number 2, Style Esports Season 18. In the Ionia division, this best of 3, Peak Ruby find themselves up 1 game up against their opponents, the Drexel
Oh,
Dragons.
we had the thing.
D2.
Start it
What?
now. Start it now.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 here of Style Esports Season 18. Down here in the Ionia division, we have the first round of playoffs for these teams, as Peak Ruby have found themselves up a game in this best of 3, trying to stay in the upper bracket. Once again, it is a double elimination, so these teams won't be going home, but they will be going down under if they can't clean their act up. And that's really going to be the question for this game 2. Can the Drexel Dragons make something happen? Can they make Kiva not as big of an issue of a carry as they were in game 1?
And that's the question that we're asking ourselves as we start out this game. Obviously, Kiva was such a massive component to the win. I mean, it was the reason why they won, stopping that push, that Nexus Tower defense in game 1, making sure that they always had push in that mid lane from there on out, and then just ending the game for the squad. Absolutely brilliant play from them, and already starting off well with their 5-point strikes, taking Reaver down to almost half health, as Reaver is going to go for that more tanky Azir build with the grasp of the Undying. You have to feel for Reaver. This is such a rough matchup for people who are skilled in it. For someone who does not have practice in it, it's not going to be a fun one at all.
Yeah, listen, I'm not jealous this mid lane matchup. We miss every spell on Lilac T, who's gonna end up taking half their HP anyways. In the bot lane, as we also have a Senna, right? Another important factor in this game that we didn't have last time. Senna brings such a unique dynamic to these games, to these bot lanes, just in how she trades, where she power spikes, and how she gets so much stronger once she hits those, 20, 40, 60, 80 soul power spikes.
Yeah, and you can already see she's scaling it up nicely, doing well. Now, she isn't going to get the same amount of souls as she normally would as a support, because she is farming, as Botnon Hacks is putting the pressure onto Servaloid quite hard already on this Darius. But
right, forces
in this
that
bot
ghost
lane,
away.
Yeah, that ghost is going to be big, but in that bot lane, Senna is really going to start to take over. Shepard showing up early.
Bond on Hacks has popped the ghost, pops the flash, still gets it by the knockup, and Shepard going to claim that one after the 3 camp into top gank. Great start for Peak Ruby.
That's the start that you want for Peak Ruby. Starting off strong, shutting this Darius down, and Servaloid picking up an assist there, able to reset, crash the wave, make sure that they aren't caught out by any wayward Jax gank that might be coming around. Now it's all about protecting that lead in the top side and making sure the Darius can't get anything else. As Reaver gets a Shuriken strike to the face, and Kiva just walks away with the Jax on her tail.
Man, it's not looking good if you're a Drexel Dragons fan. I know we're not that far into this, but I'm watching these trades in the mid lane, and I don't think it's gonna get any better for Reaver.
No, I don't think it will. Kiva's been so good at playing on the edge of attack range for Reaver that he's really struggling to make anything happen against this champion, as Jax gets stunned up. That is not an auto attack, unfortunately, so you cannot dodge out on that stun. And Reaver's actually done a decent job at keeping up in CS, though, 27-23, and they can pick up some underneath tower here, so it won't be as big of a difference. But in this bot side, even in CS, pushing back in favor of the Senna. And
Bond on Hacks.
Kiva's roaming top side.
The squad's been called up here.
Getting Kiva started off early. Huge healing, though.
Big heals coming out, but yeah, the Shuriken, the flip is going to land, and that kill will go over to Kiva. Not what you want to see. Not what you want to see if you're a Drexel Dragon fan.
No, it's not. But Kiva getting on the board early is good if you're a Peak Ruby fan.
Yeah.
As this bot lane is doing quite well, has a CS lead, scaling into the matchup quite nicely, and Reaver, yeah, you just need to shuffle away there, buddy. You don't want to be anywhere near that champion right now.
Good news, Reaver does have teleport still, right? So they will be able to take a base sometime soon, hopefully before Kiva hits 6, because then they won't be able to survive on this much HP. But yeah, in the meantime, you know, they have some HP, some mana to play with because they do have that TP still in the bank.
The nice thing about that, and especially for the Senna lane, is you have a lot of healing built into your kit with the Q that you don't have to worry too hard. But look, Shepard's here and a good flash forward. Kiva has 6. It's just over.
Flash. Oh, yeah. And the perfect execution, perfectly executed by Kiva. Does get flash out of both Shepard and Kiva in the meantime, but still, I mean, it's just disaster.
And Lithuania, you don't want to be there either. Jumping under tower, making sure that they don't get collapsed on once again, means that you don't have access to that jungle, that red side jungle either. You have to just walk around the long side to get your red buff, and that means no grubs for you either. So early stacking of grubs for the side of Peak Ruby is quite important. Make sure they can stay
playing
ahead.
With fire down here. Uh-oh, that doesn't look good. QW forces the flash away from that Senna. Ubu and Joyer did take 2 tower shots, but Peanut 2 Drill is nowhere to be found here in this bot side.
No, he was up top side securing the Rift grubs, making sure that his team got those. He's now arriving back, but Dark Frenzy is a little too low to really fight.
Yeah, bot on hacks. Once again, Shepard has made their way up top, but this time Lithuania is also here. A nice double pull here. The Ghost has been dropped. Bot on Hacks is continuing to evade. There's a nice flash counter strike and stun up both. And Bot on Hacks does hit 6, so that first execute is going to come down. A double kill up top to this Darius.
Yeah, big double kill going over to Bot on Hacks. What was looking so good was just over aggressed by the side of Peak Ruby, and now they are suffering a little bit because of that. But Jax being topside means that Dragon is free and clear for this Xin Zhao to walk up and take as soon as he wants to. Jax has to reset as he's done now and try to get there as soon as possible to maybe stop this from happening.
Yeah, kind of awkward timing for Shepard here because Dark Frenzy and Peanut 2 Trail both took a base at the same time. So without the bot prio, you know, Kiva still walking back to lane. It's going to be difficult to immediately start that dragon up. That will give the opportunity over to the Drexel Dragons to try and fight this dragon if they so choose to.
Yes, and I think that they should. I don't think you can just let these dragons go over for free because Kiva's already scaling up to 0-0, 54 CS, starting to really build out that CS differential between the two there. And Shepard's been super active on the map, has had one gank go awry because of Lithuania showing up, but overall, oh, that's such a good fear on that crash down.
Yep, that was a good fear. Interrupting as Kiva now trying to make another kill happen here with the help of Shepard. The Emperor's Divide did push them away, but the recast of that perfect execution just gives Akali so much mobility. Kiva doesn't really have to care about the wall. And Reaver once again taken down. A 3-0 start already for Kiva, who once again looks like they're in a great position to just take over this game.
Yeah, Jax is fishing on this bot side, though, for a gank onto Dark Frenzy and Peanut to Trill. And let's see if they can actually make something happen. I don't envy this kind of gank from happening because it is not an easy one to make happen.
Yeah, would have been a tough play to make for sure. Shepard, man, across the board has done a great job of just being in the lanes where action is happening. All Out now dropped up top as Zervaloid trying to make something happen. Actually dies, though, before Shepard can make their way up top. The Crescent Guard used as well. Bot on Hacks doesn't quite have enough HP to make anything happen. But we'll get the 1-for-1 at the end of the day at least, as Kiva has also made their way up there. And they will trade the drag across the map for it.
They'll trade dragons across the map. And with the grubs spawning in just a few minutes, I think that's where they're going to have their eyes on for the side of Peak Ruby. They're playing to win here and getting Kiva ahead. You can see Kiva was in the area trying to see if they couldn't make a play on it as well. It's just that Xin Zhao had it covered. But just in case they got under turret, Kiva was there. So Kiva's all around the map so far, making plays, trying to press their advantage and press their lead even further.
Right. These first items starting to get completed. Shepard already picked up that Titanic Hydra alongside Uwu and Joyer, who has locked in the Seraph's Embrace, already starting to scale with that. It looks like the Drexel Dragon's not going to give these second set of grubs away for free, of course. You don't want to give the void grub spawn things or whatever you get when you get 4, 5, or 6 of those. So fight over vision.
Yeah, vision fight over these grubs is super important for both sides because they want one. Peak Ruby wants them to start spawning the grubs. They only need to get one though. Whereas on the side of Drexel Dragons, they need to grab all three, and they're not going to be able to grab any. So there is going to be grub spawns happening, and that's a bad
Oh,
Shurima.
Reaver lives at least.
He does live, which is important, but that means all the grubs are going to go over to the side of Peak Ruby.
Yeah, Peak Ruby's just gonna be able to grab those for free. Kiva exerting so much pressure without even committing the ultimate. That's gonna make it even tougher for Reaver once again to continue to this mid lane 1v1. Uwu Enjoyer on the bot side has at least been, chunking out Dark Frenzy. Has picked up 2 plates to their name.
Yeah, they've picked up 2 plates to their name. They're scaling well. It's all now. Can they affect the map the way they need to? And it looks like they're gonna get caught out here. Uwu Enjoyer is not gonna have a good time as Peanut 2 Trill is here and gonna stop him from getting out.
Listen, I'm not sure that missing the fear mattered there, but it didn't look good. I'll tell you that much. Uwu Enjoyer. That's kind of the
They were
second
gonna
time
die no
they've
matter what.
missed.
Honestly, Kiva was there. They were gonna die.
Yeah, they were probably gonna die anyways. So another kill, just continuing to push down the dreams of the Drexel Dragons.
And Servaloid is looking to maybe survive. Ooh, actually gets Jax under tower. And then
Reaver has the flash. The flash returned the favor by Kiva, and the Hex Tech Rocket Belt gonna clean that one up. Kill number 5 over to Kiva on the Zakali mid.
that is dirty. Is there, is there a need to do something like that? Come on. That's back to the gray screen simulator, unfortunately, for Reaver once again, as he's just been outclassed this series by Kiva, and
yeah,
it's expected whenever it's a silver versus a diamond. Unfortunately, Kiva playing very well and not over aggressing and not egoing at any point. They're just making sure they do their job on the team and making sure they can secure these kills and secure the W's that they need.
absolutely, right? I mean, that's the job if you're the higher ranked player, is to exert your pressure and to make the most of it. And certainly Kiva is doing that, right? Like, they are consistently being the stronger member in the mid lane, which is what you want to see. They're doing a great job exerting that.
Yeah, and that's really all that we can say about that. He's been chunked to half health. His ear does still do damage, but Kiva isn't really all that worried about it as they clear this wave.
Third tower play picked up now by the bot side. Uwu Enjoyer. Another one of those fears going wide. As a minute away from the Chemtech Dragon number 2, the Drexel Dragons. Maybe that's going to be their win con this game, right? They do have that first dragon. I don't know. I'm scrounging here because, the 2.5K gold lead at 13 minutes is not a good look for them.
No, it's not. They really needed to be ahead, especially because of how strong Kiva will be. And you can already see Kiva's blown this to a 26 CS lead in the span of 14 minutes and is 5-0-0. So the fact that they're 5-0-0 and absolutely wrecking it in the CS department means that they have a lot of gold for this upcoming fight around this dragon in just 30 seconds.
Lithuania spotted out here trying to go for this lane gank. Looking for something cheeky maybe before the start of this dragon. Won't find it though, as we begin to see Kiva and Shepard converging now on this bot side. Lithuania's got to be real careful.
Good fear there, though, to stop
nice
Shepard from being able to get in.
Yeah. Got to be so careful with Kiva missing, though.
Kiva is walking back to mid, so dragon pressure right now is in favor of the Drexel Dragons, but I don't think it's going to be enough coming up here in a few seconds.
Yeah, Zervaloid also has the TP and Botno Hacks doesn't. Does at least burn the ghost up top there, and it will be costly if the Cassante wants to join this fight. That does mean a potential 4v5. There goes the counter strike, forces the Crescent Guard out, and Lithuania is able to get there to safety. Spiraling Despair also going to land on Shepard. So this Lithuania trying to make something happen. It went a little too deep. The Dawning Shadow was actually good enough there to heal him up. The Emperor's Divide alongside the Flash from Uwu Enjoyer is going to at least keep the rest of Drexel Dragons up. As Lithuania bit off a bit more than they could chew there.
They're almost there to killing Shepard. It's just not enough damage quite yet, as now they get to reap their rewards, get the Chemtech Dragon, and it's going to be a Cloud Soul. As I guess in the top side while that was going on, Cassante died and gave over the tower to this Darius. So Darius getting first tower on the top side.
Yeah, bot non-hacks is going to have a fair amount of gold here, right? Most CS in the game alongside a solo tower, 5 plates. He's going to be up good. Actually, maybe not 5. Sorry, maybe it was only 3. Either way, he's going to be in a good position. The real question is it going to be a good enough position against this 5-0 Akali?
And it's going to be interesting to watch if we ever do see those two fight, 1v1 or 5v5. See who can come out ahead, as the towers are starting to fall in favor of Drexel Dragons. At least they've had the pressure, even though they don't have the kills, they've had the pressure on towers in order to take them. So they are getting some of the standing gold that is on the map right now, at least.
Right, they are doing a good job capitalizing on that at the very least, like you mentioned. That is certainly one thing that they are doing well. I also want to point out Dark Frenzy is going for the traditional AD carry Senna build rather than the lethality build, which we sometimes see, opting for that first item Storm Razor, which has been locked in as well. And they're currently sitting on 40 souls. So that's sort of, again, that first power spike. She does get increased range, increased AD and lifesteal for every 20 souls she picks up. So already starting to collect those at an annoying pace for the Drexel Dragons.
Yeah, just because she's an ADC farming Senna doesn't mean she doesn't pick up souls. She just gets less. And because she's been able to trade so much in lane, it really hasn't affected her. Yeah, she's lower than what we would like her to be, but overall, she's not as low as a lot of other farming Sennas would be. But Lithuania able to pick up this Rift Herald, meaning they do have some power in that, even though they didn't get any of the grubs.
Yeah, they are able to at least grab that, like you mentioned, and maybe able to use this to pick up something in the mid lane. Ulu and Shoyer trying to make something happen here, dishing out a bit of damage to Kiva.
They are actually going to drop the Herald mid and trying to drop this mid tower. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It is a 3v4 right now, so Ruby has to be careful not to get too far ahead of themselves here. But a big Magnet Storm from Peanut. Lithuania forced to flash away with a little bit of HP. Zervaloid, the TP has come in. The first reset has come down for bot non-hacks. We'll find a second one there as well. The Azir turret has been put up. Kiva actually misses the shuriken flip and actually stuck on the wrong side of the wall. A triple kill over to Reaper, silencing the doubters with that fight right there.
There you go. Reaver putting in some work on this Azir. Now the game has really blown wide open in favor of Drexel Dragons. They still have a long way to go before they can close out the game, but this is a good start, as it now puts them up almost 2,000 gold in their favor.
Yeah, they did a great job of waiting until Kiva wasn't immediately at the fight, right? It took a long time for Kiva to sort of get there. And I think that was a big part of why that fight went so well for the Drexel Dragons. Able to grab not just the tier 1, but the tier 2 mid towers. And they'll put them in a good position now to fight over this Cloud Soul Cloud Dragon. It is a Cloud Soul on the map. So Cloud Dragon now in 90 seconds.
Yeah, and it's up to Kiva to really bring their team back, as they are the best player on the team, but they need to put the team on their back a little bit and make sure that they can bring this over this hump and close out this series 2-0. But for the side of Drexel Dragons, it's a good start to coming back in this series and tying it up 1-1. What we need to see from them now is continue splitting the map, continue getting themselves some favorable matchups. They can continue getting some gold into their carries and hopefully start to outscale the side of Peak Ruby.
Right, Lithuania finally picking up that first item, completing Trinity Force just now, which will give them a decent power spike heading into this third dragon. Bot non-hacks continue to push out this top side, has picked up 2 items to their name, and so they will continue to be a big piece of the team fight equation for the Drexel Dragons, who are looking to try and do something in the face of the 5-0 Akali.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's always what you want to do, is to focus the Fed member of the squad. Usually you want to play on the opposite side of whoever's strongest on the opposing team, just so you don't have to worry about it too much. But they're looking to maybe make something happen here. And that's just
Lithuania
Lithuania
walks
just
in. Base checks the
ooh, they
Grandmaster in
managed
arms.
to get out.
Nice. The swirling despair from the Hui forces the flash away from Shepard, who has a conveniently placed blast cone. Crescent Guard comes out actually just a second too late, can't dodge the QW, and that will give the kill over to Lithuania, who jumped on top. And it will be a 4v5 now, but some ultimates used out for the Drexel Dragons.
And I think they just have to give up this dragon.
Yeah, they're happy to give this one away.
But it is heavily favoring right now the Drexel Dragons, which is not what we expected coming into this. And especially with how Kiva was playing in this early game, a Reaver on this Azir has brought it back and is doing really well.
Both games, we sort of had one team that was beginning to give themselves an advantage in the early game where we were starting to think, oh, maybe it's just over. Like maybe this team is just going to snowball. And in game one, it was the Drexel Dragons. In game two, it's been Peak Ruby. And both times, you know, they've sort of fallen apart in the first major team fight where we saw whether that was around the third dragon fight, right? It just got completely swept by the team we thought was losing. And now it's sort of back in this gray area where, well, now it looks like the Drexel Dragons are the ones ahead. And can Peak Ruby actually be the ones that come back from this?
Yeah, I mean, Azir is scaling well, has that Nashor's Tooth. Jax has that Triforce, but Darius is really the monster on the map for the side of Drexel Dragons right now. Has that Sterix, has that Black Cleaver, and is scaling very, very well. Definitely the strongest member of their team. But on the other side, Akali has 2 items, has that Rocket Belt, has that Shadow Flame, and is really starting to hurt even more if she can get the fight that she wants.
Yeah, even more is definitely the keyword there because we've seen Kiva dishing out a bunch of damage so far, but Drexel Dragon's doing a good job of avoiding her when they can, fighting around when she is not there. And we'll see if they can continue to manage to do so, although eventually they will, of course, have to face the harsh reality that is this 5-0 Akali.
And it looks like they might be playing towards that right now, shoving 4 up, maybe trying to catch the Akali out, but they are spotted with the Scuttle Vision, trying to make something. As Azir is even TPing in, they're trying to maybe make a play for this Baron at 23 minutes.
Yeah, this is quite the force, especially on top of the Scuttle Vision. I'm not sure this is a great play.
I'm confused on why they needed to TP the Azir in.
Right. I'm with you. Oh well.
Because now you've kind of just given side lane pressure over the Cassante.
Yeah, we thought one thing would happen, didn't end up happening. That will give a TP advantage now over to Peak Ruby, who can maybe try and use that themselves to start up a Baron in a couple of minutes here. But in the meantime, we're kind of just going to sit here, farm some waves. You know, major objectives. The Baron is up, but neither team really can take it. They don't have quite enough damage. The unstoppable well-timed from Zervaloid to dodge the shuffle from Reaver. And still 2 minutes away from this 4th dragon. 2-1 in favor of the Drexel Dragons, but it is just a Cloud Soul, so, you know, that's not one of the best ones.
No, it's not, and it's really not one of these combat ones like we saw with the Infernal Soul last game, where it can really change the outcome of a game. Cloud Soul is good. It's in my opinion one of the probably the weakest soul, but it's the one we have, and honestly, that's why I don't see the need to really, you know, go for it all that hard. If you're the side of Peak Ruby, really you just need to sit back and make sure that your carries are scaling the way that they need to.
All right, Kiva's going to try and make a solo kill happen here right under the Azir turret. Reaver flashes that perfect execution at the end. Able to survive that one. No Emperor's Divide available because they tried to use it earlier on that pick on Cassante, of course. And now this might actually provide the opportunity for Peak Ruby to make something happen up top as ghosts have been dropped. TP comes out as well. The Dawning Shadow guy just shot some damage. A nice Q. Bunch of healing out onto this Darius. And then that Q healing bought so much time for the Ghost. Bought time for Ubu Enjoyer to get here. Now, though, did they give up too much space to take this Baron?
They might have. Akali isn't here, though, so it's a very rough Baron for them, and they do not have great Baron damage because they have a Senna, so they just have to back away and turn off. Akali, though, has free time in this bot side now to push out these waves and start to take this turret.
But there goes the second teleport now, so there will be no TP available for Drexel Dragons. They won't be able to consistently send somebody in the side lane. and still have a 5v5 at this 4th dragon.
No. And I don't think if I'm the side of Peak Ruby that I'm concerned about giving up this dragon. I'm more worried that I need to start getting turrets and getting this standing gold off the map.
Yeah, they have 0 turrets still, like you mentioned. There's no, all the standing gold still just waiting to be taken.
And with this dragon spawning now, Darius is pushing out the Akali, so Akali can't even take a turret on the bot side of the map either. And Reaver is shuffling away, doesn't want to get caught out there. And
I mean, this
it's
dragon
just
isn't
it's
super fast with the way.
Yeah, neither team has good objective damage. Let's put it that way.
Oh, gotta be so careful with the Kiva flank here.
They do spot it out though.
All right. Looks like, oh, Shepherd tries to jump on Reaver, but puts up the wall. Lithuania's going in real deep. The Grandmasters might gonna try and keep him alive. Zervaloid tries to get onto the back line, but it can't quite happen. Kiva gets popped before the second cast of that perfect execution can come out. A triple kill now to Botnon Hacks. Can he make it 4? Shepherd comes back in to find the kill on to Lithuania, but it will be at the cost of his own life. Botnon Hacks, a quadra kill to this Darius.
You quadra kill to the Darius, and now I think this might be sending us to a 3-game series. Botnon Hacks really putting his team on his back and making sure, hey, we're still in this, we're gonna fight, and we're gonna win this game on the back of my Darius.
Listen, Kiva's strong, but Kiva has not been doing a whole lot in any of these team fights, right? So Drexel Dragon's doing a great job of managing this Fed Akali. And I assume we're going to walk back to this dragon and try and take it, but I'm not sure they'll be able to take it in time.
No, tempo-wise, it is in favor of the Peak Ruby right now, but they're going to actually back off and go after the Hui instead, checking on Baron, making sure that's not getting taken. They just need to start taking these towers to get some of the standing gold off the map so they can start closing up this gold lead. It's about 4,000, 3,500 right now. And the sooner you can start taking the standing gold, the better, so you can start maybe getting some items to deal with this Darius.
I mean, the real issue, right, is Peak Ruby have no wave clear. Who do they have that can sit here and farm waves? They have Senna and Akali, right? Like, neither of these are champions in traditional wave clear roles that provide much of that. So it will be the 4th dragon, now taken over by the side of the Drexel Dragons, picking up their 2nd Cloud Soul, their 3rd dragon.
Azir's gonna get collapsed on here.
Reaver's making a play here on Dark Frenzy, forces the flash at least out from this Senna. The Dawning Shadow comes out as well, but it will, of course, still go over to Shepherd, perhaps buying Peak Ruby a shot at this Baron if they so choose.
And they managed to pick up the turret and bot side too while that play was happening. So 2 plays in favor of Peak Ruby right now means that a little bit more gold into their pockets. Is Darius versus Servaloid here. Is this what you want to see? Lithuania is showing up still, 2v2.
The rest of the teams are collapsing now. Shepherd also sort of a flank angle. The Crescent Guard, Lilac team maybe cut out in the wrong position, though the dunk doesn't find the execute, but the bleed will. I don't think that means that Botnon Hacks has a recast. Not sure it matters as the TV comes out now from this way. Uwu Enjoyer, 79. The snipe's not quite landing, but the speed will be enough. At least gets the flash out, does Peanut. And 2 for none. A nice team fight win for the Drexel Dragons.
Yeah, good team fight win for Drexel Dragons means this Baron is opened up for him. Darius does have enough with the bleed to help out in terms of the lacking of damage when you have a Hui APC, as now the damage is starting to come through onto these objectives. It's still slow, but it's better than what it was before.
Right, and with no Shepherd available, no Smite for the blue team. Not really much threat of getting stolen, so that will be the Baron, in fact, over to the Drexel Dragons, who now have a 5,000 gold lead. They're in a good position to actually win this game.
Yeah, they're in a very good position to win this game. They have Baron. This Baron should be cracking the base with how strong they are, but we've seen that things should happen and they just don't go the way we expect, so it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do, as hopefully the base does get cracked with this Baron.
Yeah, well, we saw what happened last time, how it looked like it was so close to being over for Peak Ruby, and then Kiva pulled out an insane Emperor's Divide and saved the game for them, and they ended up winning that. So, you know, certainly can't be too comfortable if you're the Drexel Dragons yet.
Yeah, it's you still have to close out the game, and there's still
Right.
avenues for Peak Ruby to come back into it, but those are closing up fast. Unless they can shut down this Darius, I don't see what they have available as their options.
Yeah, well, I think part of their options is just to have Kiva go hog wild on the rest of the squishies and just ignore the Darius. We'll see if that'll even be a possibility, as 3 items only at the 30-minute mark this time for Kiva, as well as Umu Enjoyer also sitting on those 3 items. And it's really bought on Hacks, who is the strongest player in this game, the strongest champion in this lobby, the 4-item 9 and 3 Darius. And we'll see if he can continue to make some magic happen for the Dragon side.
Yeah, he's also picked up that Force of Nature as well, so does also have some magic resist to deal with Kiva, so he's really not all that concerned anymore, as they are going to make a play for him right now.
Hex Flash over the wall. Peanut 2 Trill, the Magnet Storm comes out, as does the Dawning Shadow, just dropping everything on this poor Darius. Bodnon Hacks does try to flash away, but can't flash away in time, and with all that perfect execution, it only took 3 ultimates. They got the Darius, but they lost the base in the process. Now the reset's coming out. It won't be more than just the mid and the bot inhib. But these Baron minions, still a problem in the middle of the base. Lilac T stepped a little too far up, did drop the tidal wave, but we'll stop the play there for the Dragons as we find ourselves 90 seconds away from a Cloud Soul.
90 seconds away from a Cloud Soul, one that I think is going to be fought over just because you still don't want to give over a soul, but they could give up those other 2 without too much issue. And with how much they had to commit onto that Darius, they lost a lot, unfortunately. And it's good that they were still able to get that shutdown onto the Darius. He's still out of commission for another 10 seconds in the gray screen simulator. And now it's, can they take anything else off the map? And it doesn't look like they'll be able to, as Servaloid just gets chunked to half health from this way.
And I think most importantly, what happened with that top fight is Bodnon Hacks actually burned Flash, right? So that does mean that they don't have Flash available. And if you look across the board, most of the important members of both teams are going to have Flash come this next Dragon in a minute. So I actually think that burning the Flash may have been worth that mid and that bot inhib if they can really capitalize it on this team fight.
That, and you can see they're giving up the soul, deciding instead to take the top lane tower instead. And actually, they're going to say, we don't really care about soul in the 15 seconds. We're going to try to walk it down mid right now.
I like this aggressive play calling, right? If you see there's no contest, you just leave your jungler to take it and you try and exert some pressure. The Baron has expired at this point, of course. But even if Cloud Soul isn't a great soul, you know what champion is really happy to have a Cloud Soul? Darius.
Yeah.
Yep, using those super minions, getting some tower damage.
Did you actually block the ghost, though? So...
And there's the soul over to the Drexel Dragons, who, as their name suggests, have picked up the most dragons this match. Ooh, Enjoyer
look at the zero damage on the Peanut. Uh-oh.
And Shepard just, like, ignores the Azir turret placed down, so it takes a bunch of damage, forces the flash away from the Xin Zhao as well, as Bodnon Hacks has base to answer that top wave.
Yeah, and it's not looking too good right now for the side of
Peak Ruby?
Yeah, Peak Ruby. They're just they're not having the same kind of game that they had in game 1. They don't have the gold that they need, and this Darius is just too big to really make a difference. Well, this Darius is too big for the side of Peak Ruby to try anything on.
All right, Kiva is just going to instantly pop Lilac T even through the exhaust, and the play is going to be made on the rest of the team members here. Woo Enjoyer tries to flash away, but isn't able to survive. The wall comes up from Reaver, but he has to go golden as he's running low on HP himself. Kiva now,
but look at Jax. Jax is in the bot base
to dish out damage. The team fight is being won here by Peak Ruby, but Lithuania is now in the base. The flash to dodge Zeronoid all out now comes out, and trying to keep the Darius, trying to keep the Jax out of the base. I mean, the Grandmaster at arms, slapping away, but can't find the fight. The final hits. A big win. Peak Peak Ruby
Yeah,
back
big.
in this game. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's close, but I mean, they now have an open Nexus with a sub 50% health. They have a long way to go before they have any chance of winning this game.
I mean, you say a long way to go, but Akali, don't forget about her. Kiva hasn't run away yet. She hasn't given her shutdown away. This is still an 11-1 Akali.
No, absolutely. This Kali is nothing to scoff at, but there's just so much pressure on the side of Peak Ruby that they're gonna really struggle pushing out of the base for a while. They have two inhibs and an open nexus and Baron's on the cards, and at any point, Azir could just TP in and end the game without issue.
Yeah, there are no wards in the base, but that doesn't mean there aren't any options. And the Baron, just going to be taken down. No contest coming out here from Peak Ruby, and that will make it difficult with two inhibs down for Peak Ruby to make a dream comeback happen.
And this is it's probably the final push of the game, I have to say, only because there's Baron, you have Darius, you have Azir, it's 5-man, and Peak Ruby just don't have a good 5-man comp right now that can stand up to what the side of Drexel Dragons have drafted.
Yeah, Kiva trying to look
and
for
this
a bit
is
of a flank.
this is the you fight now or you don't fight at all.
Oh, Magnet Storm, everything's so massive. The Dawning Shadow gonna dish out a bunch of damage. Lilac T forced to burn the flash away. Kiva finally dishing out some damage. Can't quite find that last takedown on Lithuania now. And Botno, non-Hex, is still up. The Darius is still alive. And the truth hurts as Botno non-Hex cleans up the kills, cleans up Peak Ruby, and with the top inhib falling with Baron on their side, Botnon Hacks will carry the Drexel Dragons to a Game 3 in this series.
Game 3 going to be coming our way, and honestly, it's meant to be with how strong that Darius was. It's something that I think the side of Peak Ruby have to look at and say, we gotta ban that. They didn't have an answer for it, and maybe they go back and they say, what if instead of picking up Xin Zhao first, we go and we pick up the Azir first? Since Shiva looks so good on it, I wouldn't mind seeing that as a B1 pick. I don't think you need to hide what your mid laner is going to be playing, considering how good they are in that lane versus Reaver.
Right, and even though Kiva was so ahead that game, it just wasn't enough to come back from the gap that Botnon Hacks has been putting up in the top lane. But with that, I think we're going to throw it to a quick break as we get lobby number 3 set up, game number 3 prepared and ready for you all. So stick around and we will be right back.
One, I think we have a Stinger transition. We'll see. Yep, Stinger transition. 3, 2, 1. We're live.
And welcome back. Game number 3. Here we go. It took a little bit to get the lobby set up, but we are here. We are ready to hop back into the final game of this series. Peak Ruby. Kiva has been on top all night, but Botnon Hacks finally had something to say about that in that game too. The Darius performance just coming out 1v9ing, refusing to elaborate, and we're going to see if Botnon Hacks can make it happen again here in this game 3, or if Peak Ruby can be the ones to maybe finally channel a better carry on Kiva instead of that Akali and make something happen through that mid lane. Nautilus, Caitlyn, Pantheon bans we've seen so far this series.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting game here because this is the final game of the series. Whoever shows up is going to win the game, and it's between Kiva and it's between Botnon Hacks. Kiva showed up in game 2 as well. It's just it wasn't as impactful as Botnon Hacks as Darius. As Darius also isn't banned. So Peak Ruby, are you looking to ban it in game 2? As Azir is going to be the first pick, not wanting to give Kiva over that pick. I do not want to see the Akali. I want to see something that has a little bit more carry potential for Kiva that can also team fight extremely well. I think that's really where they were lacking.
I'm hoping for like an Orianna or something maybe up that vein, right? Where it felt like that Azir, the sort of control mage playstyle worked so well on Kiva in game 1. And even though, Kiva strayed from it sort of game 2, was still ahead, but couldn't make a lot happen in these team fights. And Rise is certainly in that vein.
Rise is a really good pick here. I think it does a lot of good for the team. It also offers you a way to transport around the map. At level 1, it's very short range, but once you get to level 3, it is quite the range that you can transport not only yourself, but your team and minions. You have to keep that in mind as Peak Ruby, Kiva, they've got themselves a pick there that can actually take over the game if they aren't careful on the side of Drexel Dragons.
Yeah, I like the Rise pick, and the Jarvan going to be the jungler locked in. Of course, Zinzao was taken off the board by Peak Ruby this time. Drexel Dragons now have access to Skarner once again in the jungle if they would like to pick that, given that it was banned in game 2. But otherwise, we've seen a Jax from them. Certainly something more bruisery, skirmishery, maybe even a Nuno, as I have been informed that the Drexel Dragons have a top 250 Nuno player on their team.
Wow. But no, they're just going to default back to the Skarner. I don't think it was a bad pick for them. I think they did really well with it. And
yeah, I agree.
It can really put in some good work, especially into this Jarvan as the last pick of this first round of the draft, leaning towards Jhin right now. Not
I'm a little
something
suspect
I'm a fan of.
Yeah,
I love
especially
Jhin.
into the Jarvan.
I used to be a Jhin one trick, and I don't like Jhin with this team right now. I just don't think that they had a good bot laner for it. As Kai'Sa, I think, is a much better pick for them. It allows them to reposition in fights. Peak Ruby, though, I wouldn't mind seeing like a Jinx or something coming out. I think it'd be really strong for them.
Yeah, I also wouldn't hate seeing the Hui again, right? That Hui pick looked pretty good, and it especially seemed like it was better than. I mean, the Varus went okay for them. Yeah, I don't know. The Lucian wasn't that good, but the Hui was good, so I'd rather see the Hui.
Ooh,
but Twitch, all right, that's a little interesting.
I mean, that is a go big or go home style of champion where you either get ahead or you feed relentlessly. So definitely an interesting pickup there, as Camille is the first one on the chopping block potentially being hovered there. I would say get rid of the Darius as well. But no, they're actually going to opt for the Janna instead. Not only to give that pick over, I think that the Darius is way more of an issue than Janna ever will be, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the Darius got banned out game 1. We saw what it did game 2. I'm also expecting a Darius ban here, just based on what it did last game. Doesn't seem like Peak Ruby really have a lot of good answers to what Botnon Hacks is making happen in the top lane.
Yeah, waiting on this last ban as Thresh is banned out from Drexel Dragons. Peak Ruby, their last ban, it should be a Darius. But no, they're going to slide with the Morgana instead. What if this is a Rise top?
It could be a Rise top. That'd be quite the gambit here.
No, they're actually going to go for the Camille top instead, throwing down the gauntlet saying, you can't play as well as we can. But honestly, though, I would rather just see the Ornn once again.
It does feel like Peak Ruby is picking a bunch of champions that I never see, right? Like, how often do you see Rise Twitch Camille in competitive games? Not very often. Most of these champions are considered to be not super good in the meta right now. But we'll see. I mean, Peak Ruby, they picked Camille. They didn't ban Darius. They had to imagine that the Darius was coming. So I'd like to think that this was a calculated plan, a calculated risk by them, and they've got something for this Camille Darius matchup.
And you have to hope, as Milio is the last pickup for the Dragons, pairing that with the Kaisa, that's gonna be a strong bot lane duo. Yeah, Camille into Darius is definitely gonna be a rough one for the Darius at early levels, but as long as Camille doesn't feed over any gold, Darius will outscale. So,
Ruby
and
now,
with how
pick.
with how the top laner from Peak Ruby has been playing, I would not have put them on a carry. I would have put them back onto the Ornn. I think they played wonderfully on Ornn to secure their team to victory there. It has a great engage, but Rakan, the last pick with the Twitch into Kaisa Milio isn't bad. I think that they can put out a lot of damage. They just have to blow someone up really fast.
Yeah, I'm a little suspect of the Twitch pick, to be honest. I think it's generally not a super good champion when you have sort of comms with your whole team, and that invisibility just gets worse when you're fully communicating with the other players on the map. That being said, right, it is still sort of that rogue element. If you're not properly communicating, not properly respecting his timings on where he can go invis and gank you in the lane, that is totally a really scary threat that can get out of hand really fast. And it'll be really interesting to see, right? Like this game so far has been entirely dominated by Kiva in the mid lane for Peak Ruby and Botnon Hacks in the top lane for Drexel Dragons. And I'm curious if the bot lanes, the junglers, can sort of make one of these games, make this final game their game rather than the solo laners having the stars, being the stars of the show.
And that is a fair point to be had. These bot laners, these junglers need to step up and start to put their mark on the map. So it's and so does the top laner of Peak Ruby. They need to step up in this game. They cannot let this Darius roll over the game like they did in game 2 in order for Peak Ruby to have any chance of winning this game.
Yeah, Zervaloid was perfectly passable in that Yone Ornn matchup. I mean, they got solo killed a couple of times and they were down some CS, but they were at least super relevant in all those team fights. And it did sort of feel like the Cassante was a miss, right? It wasn't super impactful. It died a couple more times than maybe it should have. And so I like Zervaloid sort of going back onto more of a bruiser style champion rather than the full tank, and hoping that that'll be more useful even if they do get solo killed a couple of times up top.
Looking at the past 2 games coming into this game and looking at the draft for this game, who do you think is going to come out as the victor in this series?
Oh man, this is a tough one because I feel like both games we've sort of had an obvious team pull out ahead, and then that obvious team ends up losing. And I think that sort of speaks to the testament of these games are kind of wild and unpredictable. And so I don't know. I think so much of it's just going to come down to which team can. It feels like whichever team loses by the least, if that makes sense, is the one that ends up winning. So Reaver was so far behind in that first game, he just couldn't make anything happen, and that meant that Peak Ruby ended up winning. And last match, it felt like Zervaloid was so far behind, they couldn't do anything, and that's why Drexel Dragons won. So I think it's not even necessarily going to be about who gets fed. It's going to be about how far behind does somebody on each team get put. And I think the team that has the person that is further behind is going to be the one that loses.
Well, that's a good non-answer there.
I do what I can. Do what I can.
With that being said, we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be here with Game 3 between Drexel Dragons D2 and Peak Ruby. Don't touch those browsers. Don't hit that X button. This is a banger of a series that you don't want to miss, so sit right there in your chairs, relax, have a cup of tea. We'll be back shortly with Game 3 of a banger series. Yeah, and there's going to be a lot more damage coming out from the side of Peak Ruby in this game. Does not opting not for the Senna, but now for the Twitch instead. So not lacking in that damage in the ADC department that you do when you draft a Senna. Now it's all about uh, making sure they can get this Twitch into position and make sure that they have everything they need.
Right, we sort of had some non-standard bot lanes last time. We had a Senorel, we had a Nami. Now we're back to a little bit more normal. We got a Rakan, we got Amelia, we got some more standard AD carries in Twitch and Kaisa. So maybe a more normal game, right? I think really the most important pick here, it's gonna be the mid lane, right? We've talked about the importance of Kiva, the dominance in this mid lane 1v1 that they've had. And Rise is a champion that if you give too many kills over early, if you give too much CS for free over, he will just destroy the game. And that's, I think, going to be the plan for Peak Ruby is they've proven that Kiva can do that. It just wasn't on his best champion last time.
Right, and his best champion so far has been the Azir that was taken away from him in this game. B1 picked up, so now it's all about can they continue on and utilize this Azir that they picked up in this first spot that they took away from Kiva and win with it once again.
Right, Reaver looked pretty good on that Azir, actually. Had a couple of good Weavers. Yeah. Sorry, I keep saying Weavers World. Emperor's Divide, putting the walls up when it mattered most. So they definitely did a much better job than in that game one on Talia. We're going to see if their performance is closer to the Talia or the Azir last from the previous games this match.
And it's really going to be... It's going to be between Rise and Camille. Can Rise get far enough ahead where the Darius won't matter? Or is Zervaloid really not going to have the game as Lithuania is here already trying to make a play happen?
This is the power of Skarner. Just go through the wall. The hook shot gets canceled by the grab from Botnon Hacks. And that's going to be enough to find first blood over to the Darius. Ulu Enjoyer flashes the flag and drag from Shepherd, but it won't be enough. Dark Frenzy does still find that kill with the contagion. And Reaver also chunked out pretty heavily here in the mid lane. No mana to work with, no HP, just a sliver of both. Does still have the TP available though.
Does have that TP available, so we'll be able to reset back into lane without any issues, but very, very close to going down there. And I mean, 1-for-1, cross map, even gold, and favoring the Darius once again. Lithuania knowing getting this Darius ahead is the key to them winning the game. And then for the J4, it's all about making sure this Twitch starts scaling up early and doing so with this pickaxe already in hand.
Listen, I know we've talked so much about these solo laners this match, but I think both junglers really have done a good job of applying pressure across the map, taking heads-up calls to take objectives when the other one's on the other side. Right, these junglers, Lithuania and Shepherd, they've been relevant in all of these games so far, and that's impressive because sometimes you do have games where it's just one jungler is clearly out jungling the other, and it can create some one-sided games, shall we say.
That it can, and it's good to see that we don't have any kind of one-sided games from the jungle aspect, especially in this game. It's already been both junglers affecting the map in different ways, getting their respective carries of what they are for their win cons ahead, and getting this Twitch online early is only going to be good for them, as he doesn't quite have the same kind of wave clear that of the Kaisa and the Milio do. It's all about can this Twitch get far enough ahead with maybe they can blow up this Darius before this Darius can kill them.
Yeah, and Zervaloid has to be so careful. That's what happens. The apprehend yoinks Zervaloid off the hook shot, and with the ignite the ghost, everything dropped and the dunk comes down, and off goes Camille's head. Zervaloid, another solo kill up top. The scariest, it's scary.
Yeah, it's scary, and it's not looking good for him up top right now. Shepherd on the bot side prepping this dragon, but Botnon Hacks is starting to take over in this top side in a very real and scary fashion for the side of Peak Ruby.
Yep, the first set of grubs gonna be taken off the back of that top lane pressure. Lithuania doing a good job with that. Peanut. The lockup will not land as the grubs they fall, and Shepherd and Kiva grabbing the first dragon, a Hextech dragon in the meantime. So once again, handshaking these first set of objectives.
And shaking these first set of objectives and coming in. Hextech Dragon's actually really good for Twitch early. It's going to give him a little bit extra attack speed and ability haste. So something that you do like as Twitch. Our next dragon is going to be a mountain dragon, so not the greatest for the side of Peak Ruby, but you won't scoff at the extra survivability that it does give you, though.
Yeah, I think you got to be pretty happy. You know, Hextech Dragon as a minor dragon is pretty good. The spray and pray, the Dark Frenzy is hit 6, and the Ignite comes out. The Contaminate finds the kill. Lithuania made a gank happen up top. Lilac T now caught open as the Realm Warp from Kiva brings himself down to the bot lane, and the kill will get dropped over to the Twitch. Dark Frenzy picking up a second one. Now a 3-0 Twitch as Shepard catches the mid wave.
Yeah, and this is where you want your Twitch right now. He hit level 6 and he immediately turned on the Jets.
Yeah.
The bot on hacks, you have to be a little concerned just because this Twitch can pop up anywhere in this mid to late game, and you know how powerful that can be. Even if you are fed, if you can't get on top of them, they will just burn you down.
Right, and that's something Bot on Hacks was doing a great job of getting on top of the important characters last game as that Darius. So, you know, we're going to see if maybe that invis from Dark Frenzy from the Twitch is going to be able to provide some more sustainability in those team fights. You won't immediately get flashed on. Either way, once again, a fed top laner, a fed bot laner, trades across the map.
Twitch, though, is coming in. Invis Shepard is here for the gank. This is not looking good for Ulu Enjoyer.
Wow, Spray and Pray already back up. The Blade of the Ruined King. An easy double kill with the help of the quickness and Shepard down there. 5-0 Twitch already has that Bork. So much damage. This is going to be a real threat. And now it's not Kiva who's going to be the one holding the torch this game. It's Dark Frenzy who has an early lead. Almost akin to the first game.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Frenzy is putting in the work. Is it going to be enough, though, for this Darius is the question. That it's just sitting on our minds. And I keep coming back to that because that really is the crux of this game now. It's going to be Twitch versus Darius. Who's going to win out?
And at the same time, right, they have Kiva in the back pocket. It's not like Peak Ruby are relying only on this Twitch. We saw game 1 where Dark Frenzy got an early lead and then sort of got shut down and Kiva wasn't super relevant. And then suddenly they just turned on the Jets. Like they flipped a switch and they were a 3-item Azir just solo killing everybody. And I feel like the same thing might happen in this game, but the Kiva on Rise.
Yeah, Rise is deceptively strong in terms of damage. You don't expect it to come out until all of a sudden it's there. And he's stacking up his tier quite nicely, already at 216, but Servaloid already in another bad situation.
Shepard is up top, though. The Apprehend, a nice buffer there, actually. The Ghost comes out. This is the power of Cataclysm, though. It locks the Darius down. The shutdown over to this Camille Servaloid. Gets a bit of bonus gold with the help of Rakan and Jarvan. And it leaves Dark Frenzy alone here in the bot lane. Oh, and he's actually just going to go for the 1v2 here. The Spray and Pray comes out, but the Killer Instinct from Ulu Enjoyer alongside the heal from Lilac T. That's going to be enough. That's a bold play to give away 800 gold.
Yeah, and I don't like that. All you had to do was sit back and scale. You knew your Rakan was topside, so there was no need to make a play like that. And instead, now you've given gold over to this Kai'Sa who was not out of the game, but definitely struggling. And Reaver, now you're in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, and a nice quickness. The charm guarantees the knock up there from Peanut. And a plate over to Kiva as well. And I'm getting such major game 1 deja vu.
This is feeling very much like game 1 so far. Except for the fact that grubs are actually being taken by the side of both teams. You know, it's going to be 3 for 3 in favor for the grubs, I think. Or no, they're going to dip out. So it's going to be 4 and 2. 4 grubs for the side of Drexel Dragons. So they're going to get the grub spawn. That's going to be nice for them, especially for this Darius who's going to be splitting a lot this game onto this Camille.
Right, we saw one of the weaknesses last game of Peak Ruby was they did really a poor job of A, having wave clear, and B, because of that, taking turrets on the map it does sort of seem like this game they're going to be able to do a bit better of a job of it, even though they weren't able to pick up those 4 grubs and get the grublings. We're already starting to see some plates fall in the top and bot towers.
And you can see this Rise is starting to really dish out the damage. Ooh, Enjoyer, though, coming up a little far. I don't think you really want to be there.
Ghost comes out. Dark Frenzy unloads the gun. And Lilac Tea, the Breath of Life, is not going to be enough healing to contaminate once again that Execute E from the Twitch. Good enough to find another kill. That's the 6th now for the Rat. And that will buy Drexel Dragons. They will have to give away the 2nd dragon to Peak Ruby. And Dark Frenzy.
Oh, good
look
sidestep.
at that spacing from Kiva. Dodges the Emperor's Divide and a trade of flashes.
Trade of flashes, but Reaver's really being pushed under tower. And that's going to be Mountain Dragon for the side of Peak Ruby. They're really going to be loving how that feels as Dark Frenzy. Ooh, Enjoyer, you don't want to be there. You're just dead.
And I mean, it took a couple flashes, but it still ended in the death of Uwu Enjoyer, as that will inevitably lead for another tower plate or 2 for Dark Frenzy and Peanut in the bot lane.
And Lithuania is laying in wait for Kiva here, but is it going to be enough? Zervaloid is here as well.
The hook shot here. Reaver doesn't have their camera panned up there. They couldn't see it. Kiva gives the Heartsteel stack away, but the Hextech ultimatum. Oh, looks like the bombies. It wasn't a bombies. The W shield that deals damage now from Lithuania, able to grab that kill. So just a 1-for-1.
1-for-1, but favoring Servaloid just slightly because they need that gold. Lithuania, yes, will get tanky, but the Camille is going to be building damage, which is going to feel really good, especially when she starts dealing that true damage more and more.
Zervaloid gives 2 tower plates away up top, and the Flag and Drag just barely lands. Botnon hacks, burns the flash, drops the ghost, eats the ignite, and then proceeds to sprint it under his own tower.
Yeah, he knows that he's in a lot of trouble there. The Camille and the J4 have just enough damage, it feels like, to take him out, and not knowing where the Twitch is on the map is also another reason to kind of play a little bit scared, because if this Twitch shows up, you're just dead.
Yeah, you have to respect it, right? That's the power of a champ with Invis like Twitch, and especially because Dark Frenzy is 7-1, does have the way to the Rune King, and it looks like Lilac T, a nice ball to kick away, but even the cleanse from the Breath of Life won't be enough. Another kill over to this Twitch. Make it 8. Make it 8.
8-1 on this Twitch. Blade of the Rune King, Berserker's Greaves, and a Zeal. You are really feeling yourself right now if you are this Twitch. Oh.
Lithuania
walking up.
Yeah, forced to burn the ghost to run away there. Peanut doesn't have quickness, but they do still have that Twitch ultimate spray and pray available. Kiva, once again, just able to get out of range of that Emperor's Divide just barely. And Dark Frenzy, here we go. The Twitch gun's been unloaded. He reads a little bit for the kill, and that actually means he gets in range of the Impale from Lithuania. The 2v3 a flash forward now, and with the Kraken Slayer auto attack, that will be enough for a double kill for Uwu Enjoyer. And Botnon Hacks also grabs that top tier 1 in the absence of Zervaloid.
I have to question the mentality of Dark Frenzy there. You were doing fine. There's no need to make a play like that. You know that Lithuania is right there. You know he has his ult available. If you just sit back a little bit and allow yourself a little bit of time, let Lithuania disappear, you get that kill. But instead, you're feeding shutdown gold over to the side of Drexel Dragons and this Kaisa.
It does really feel like sort of the second time this game where Dark Frenzy's just made a really aggressive play when they didn't have to, where they were sitting on a couple thousand gold or they were behind in numbers. And it sort of led to a second pretty bad death for them right now. A 1,500 gold lead over for the Drexel Dragons. And, maybe Peak Ruby does still have Kiva, right? Scaling with the Rod of Ages. They do still have an 8-2 Twitch, but they can't just keep giving away free gold onto this Kaisa.
No, they can't. Any free gold that this Kaisa gets can absolutely love it, as it's just going to make it easier for them to scale into this match. Whenever you're looking at this game right now, it's very much keeping this Kaisa out of the game. The Darius is already in it at 2-1-1. You're really going to struggle into him. It's all on how long can you keep this Kaisa out of it to make sure that you can deal some damage. and
Yeah, and
and handing
the
over that gold is
Kraken,
just not good.
right? Kraken BF Sword Berserker's gonna be pretty close to that second item, as the third dragon spawning in 30 seconds. It is an ocean dragon, of course, Ocean Soul. The soul on the map, and the two dragon lead once again in favor of Peak Ruby, who've traded the two dragons for 2,000 gold.
And it looks like instead they're going to drop off of that dragon and take potentially top tower instead. Camille walking up there and Rise backing off this bot tower saying, hey, I know that I could be collapsed on. This is not where I want to be playing right now. So the top tower and mid tower are going to go down, it looks like, in favor of Peak Ruby. If they can get to the top tower in time, that is.
Yeah, they definitely will. We see sort of the whole red team converging onto that top tier 1. And that certainly will fall in exchange for the third dragon. I feel like if you are Drexel Dragons, you got to be pretty happy with that, right? Just because you're able to deny a soul for another 10 minutes if need be.
Yeah, you're able to deny the soul, but also you also got mid tower off of that kind of for free. And finally the Shurima Shuffle does hit, but is it at the cost of your life? Ooh.
Reaver forces to flash away. The Hextech Ultimatum and the Cataclysm both drop on top of the Emperor himself, and it doesn't matter how much Breath of Life you get. Milio can't heal quite enough.
And that's the Darius down.
Also drops. Fought on Hacks, didn't get the memo that the rest of the team was leaving, I guess, and couldn't quite make it out there. I don't think he had a shutdown,
That's actually huge that he goes down there, because it shows that he is actually fallible in this game. He isn't as strong as he was last game. You sometimes get that in the mental of it's a Darius, and just like last game, he can just easily take over. We don't really want to fight him, but no, absolutely got just blasted there by this Rise, who has Seraph's Embrace, who has the stacking Rod of Ages, and it's at 7 minutes. It's quite strong, and it's only going to get stronger. I mean, he is really feeling himself right now, Kiva. He's in a good position to carry this game, along with this Twitch, who's sitting on the 2 items. It's now just allowing that to happen and not over-aggressing.
Listen, I told you I was getting game 1 deja vu. We all remember what happened game 1, right? Dark Frenzy got ahead. Dark Frenzy died a couple times. Ooh, Enjoyer got ahead. Ooh, Enjoyer started taking over. And then who won the game? It became the Kiva show. And I don't know. I'm looking at this Rise. I'm looking at this Rod of Ages at 8
He's not
stacks.
in a good position right now, though. Oh, good stop on that, though.
Listen, I'm thinking it's all Kiva all the rest of the way. That's what I'm feeling.
I mean, it could be, but Botnon Hacks is gonna have something to say about that, as they are trying to take this bot lane tower right now in the face of Zervaloid. But it is not looking good for him right now, as they don't quite manage to pick it up.
Just continuing to sort of feel each other out, trying to get some pressure, trying to grab the small bits of resources, stealing the camp here, denying a wave there. That's all you can really do. Both teams positioned around this Baron, no teleports available, so it would be a true 4v4 if they opted for something. The shuffle,
Reaver,
if you can call it that, lands, but Reaver forgot that tower isn't a real tower. The Azir passive, and that's easy food for the pickings for Shepard and the rest of Peak Ruby.
Yeah, I mean, that's really rough for Reaver, because, I mean, it was a good-looking shuffle. It's just there's no damage behind it right now, unfortunately. So, and with the rest of the team there for Kiva, he's not getting out of that. And now Zervaloid is backing off, but that's a Baron start for the side of Peak Ruby. And honestly, I'm okay with this.
This looks completely free. I mean, look at Drexel Dragons. They're nowhere close to this. I don't know if they were spotted walking over a ward or something, but Zervaloid definitely got the memo. They fell back in time to not get killed on the other side of the map. So this is just a free Baron for Peak Ruby.
And you love to see it. That was a beautiful play. They had the champions to do it with the Rise, with the Twitch, and now it's just pushing out these waves and starting to take the standing towers on the map. You need to take the bot tier 1. You need to set up for this dragon. You don't want to give over another ocean dragon to this Drexel Dragons team. It's up in 1:10. Grabbing this bot tier 1 tower is crucial to make sure you can start laying down vision in this red side jungle of the Drexel Dragons.
And Kiva has now cashed in that Rod of Ages, taken that extra experience level. They are level 15, 2 whole levels up across the board on both the solo laners and the jungler for the Drexel Dragons. About to ding 16. Going to be such a big problem if he can get that before this dragon in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, he is a force to be reckoned with, more than he was in game 1 right now. I mean, he's able to take this tower. Botnon hacks can't come anywhere near him. And now it's question. You're starting to question, where do the Drexel Dragons, how do they generate a lead for themselves right now? Shepard, though, on a ward, is he going to get collapsed upon?
It's kind of tough to collapse, but they got to wait for Lithuania here, who can maybe go through the wall and look for some kind of drag stun on the wall. Again, Shepard does have a flag and drag to basically be unstoppable and get out of it. Lithuania looking for an impale. It doesn't hit. His Dark Frenzy and Shepard are both able to get out of that in time, and that's a big ultimate down.
TP
for
from
Drexel
Servaloid
Dragons.
as well means it's a 5v5 here.
It doesn't look like the Drexel Dragons want a piece of this.
No, they're just backing off. They don't want to fight at 5v5 right now, which means that it's soul point for Peak Ruby, and they are in an excellent position right now. They have Baron, they have soul point. Now it's just pushing these waves out, right? Placing down this deep vision for choking out the side of the Drexel Dragons, making sure they can't get any resources as they start to put in the closing touches on this game.
I mean, it's gonna be quite
It's not
a
easy.
banger.
It's easier said than done. Definitely easier said than done.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
only a 2,500 gold lead, 2,000 gold lead
Right.
in favor of Peak Ruby. But those are the things that you need to start doing when you have a lead like this. You can't just sit back on your laurels. You have to continue pressing, albeit not as hard as maybe you've had a 5 or 10,000 gold lead by this point, but every little inch matters at this point in the game.
It is, a game of inches, and it still ends up being a marathon at the end of the day. As a long series we've had this evening, 2 back and forth, 2 give and take games, and both these teams trying to close it out, trying to keep their upper bracket hopes alive. It may be the first round of playoffs with these teams. They're looking for something. Reaver with an awesome flash shuffle. Went a little bit wide that time. We're going to call that one lag, I think, and pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it didn't land, as the Baron has timed out for the side of Peak Ruby. Now, where do you go from here? They need to start splitting the map, keeping this Darius on an off side that doesn't really get any action, so that way the rest of the squad can start to force down onto the Drexel Dragons and win out, because they are stronger. They have a Twitch, they have a Rise, both who are online and hurt. This Twitch has Infinity Edge, has Bork, has Ruin's Hurricane, and Rise sitting on that Seraph's what is it now? They've changed it. Yeah, Seraph's Embrace and the Rod of Ages. And he also has the Oblivion Orb, so not as much healing coming through for this Darius now either once he gets hit by any magic damage from this Rise.
Absolutely. It's going to be even that much more difficult for Botnon Hacks to try and put the team on his back. And it might be up to Reaver, might be up to the rest of the team. They got to make something happen. Like you mentioned, it's only 2,000 gold, 2.5K. That can get wiped away real fast off the back of a single misplay.
And
so much pressure on these teams, right?
50 seconds, 50 seconds between the two objectives spawning. It's going to be, which one do you want more? And for the side of Peak Ruby, I would have to say you need to focus this dragon. You need to get this soul so you can continue the siege and deny that extra healing that the side of Drexel Dragons would get with a second Ocean Dragon.
Right, Ocean Soul would be pretty detrimental, especially for champions like Rise, who want to sit there and play in and out, bob and weave, longer fights. So much value can be gained from that soul. So definitely not going to be the best if Drexel Dragons have to give that one away. Of course, they're never going to choose to give it away. So we'll see what they can make happen. 90 seconds in the drag, 30 seconds on the Baron, and this vision just looks completely Peak Ruby favored currently around the Baron.
That it does. And right now it's this lull state of the game where everybody's kind of settling in, fading vision back and forth, pushing waves, and just trying to get as much gold for any power spec that they can grab before this upcoming fight. And it's on a knife's edge. The tension is there, right? For these teams, they know that any team fight could swing the game in their favor. As Kiva is getting collapsed upon right now, does get this phase rush out. Lithuania, are they gonna be able to get him? No. Realm Warp coming in clutch at getting him out.
Yeah, Lithuania burning the ghost there, so that'll be a summoner spell that at the very least Peak Ruby don't have to worry about, which will be nice. Marilla Namicon, Navori, Quick Blades, 2 major items picked up for Kiva and Uwu and Joya respectively. And this will be the big fight. 20 seconds now on the Ocean Soul. The blue team Drexel Dragons, they have to walk in. They have to make something happen. Whether it's through the jungle or the mid wave, that'll be up to them.
Yeah, that will be, as they are currently in the mid lane right now. And I don't know if they're going to get there in time. It's just now spawning. Lithuania's in the red buff pit. There's no blast cone, so Lithuania has to get over the wall using their abilities. Are they going to be able to do so without dying is the question.
Sand Soldier gets some initial vision there. Reaver looking for something. 6k, 5k. This dragon is burning so fast. Not even going to be a chance to get stolen. Ocean Soul now claimed for Peak Ruby. The red team, Kiva dishing out so much damage to the level 17 Rise.
I mean, Botnon Hacks is down to half health. He can't really fight as Shepherd. Flag and dragging in, that was a little aggressive.
Though. Oh my gosh. And Peanut 2 Trail. Looking for a flank angle, but ends up nothing crazy happening as Kiva gonna go escort the top wave in. As these teams take a reset, the Ocean Soul has been claimed. That does mean that we're gonna probably want to see some anti-heal now from one of the members on the Drexel Dragons. It looks like they're gonna maybe look for a play.
Just barely getting away from Lithuania. I mean,
so they're just so hard to get on top of, all these members, right? The exception of Twitch, who can go invis.
Yeah, and you can tell that they don't want to over-aggress either squad, because they know that if they lose the fight, it's going to spell disaster for their chances of winning the game. Because this game it's only about a 3,000 gold lead, and at 30 minutes, it's not that big of a lead, but it's enough that, you know, Rise almost has Rabbit on death cap now, sitting on both of those rods, both of those needlessly large rods. I mean, getting over the fact that somehow 2 rods make a hat, he is strong, and he's about to get really strong once he gets that cap made.
Right, the lore implications of that are maybe questionable at best, but I'll tell you what they imply for the Drexel Dragons, and it's a gray screen and a Nexus being exploded. And so, I mean, I don't know if the Dragons can make something happen before Rabadons gets picked up, but I think their chances of winning a fight are going to go down when Kiva picks that up.
I mean, we've already seen that this Rise has been a great, just like, push back from the Darius, and making sure that this Darius doesn't get a foothold in this game is nowhere near where they were in game 2. So, feeling a lot better are... Oh my goodness, look at that damage already onto... He's just gone!
Bye-bye, Lilac T. Kiva, 1 or 2 rotations with the spells. The Impale not going to land, and that will be a second Baron now picked up. Or at least, you know, started by Peak Ruby, who I imagine will be uncontested.
And they're taking it. There's no contest.
Yeah, yeah. So a second Baron now locked in here for Peak Ruby.
Lilac 2 was just gone.
Yeah. Now the name of the game is just ending this game, right? They've picked up now a 5,000 gold lead. They have Baron, they have Soul. It's just, what can they make happen on the map? Can they find an efficient and fast way to close this series out?
And it looks like Lithuania finding Shepherd in the bush, or Shepherd finding Lithuania, really, but neither team really wants to fight that there. Kiva frontlining a little bit against Botnon Hacks and not scared at all. Has that death cap and another book, so...
All right, the TP comes out rooted up, though. Reaver?
And this is a 4v5 right now, as Camille is in the bot lane right now.
Right, it's so scary for Lithuania to just be face checking everything. But if someone's gonna do it, it's gonna be the tank Skarner.
Yeah, it's got to be the tank Skarner. There is no one else.
Look at Kiva just waiting for the wrong person to step into their trap, waiting for a squishy to walk into range of an EQ.
Oh, he might get
Just
caught
like
out here,
that.
though.
There goes half the HP. The Impale still available. Ghost pop from Lithuania. Spray and pay. Drop. Dark Frenzy finds the shutdown onto Uwu Enjoyer. Now it's a 4v5, but in the favor of Peak Ruby. Again, the Ocean Soul going to keep their sustain so high. Going to make it so hard to chunk somebody out and force a reset. They just get to auto attack and regenerate all their resources. Lithuania now going to take a lot of damage. And they're just slowly bleeding.
That's mid inhib gone, and slowly but surely they're just getting choked out. And you have to wonder, how much does Drexel Dragons have left in the tank to fight against the Ruby squad?
Well, oh, a big Impale, the 3-man. But will it be enough? The wall goes up. It sends 3 back, but Kiva wasn't the one hit. Reaver's gone gold and flashes away. Cataclysm now traps the Darius, who's been so powerful, so frustrating this game. Grabs a hold of Kiva, flashes that away, but the Darius damage, it's just not quite enough. Kiva able to at least find that one. It's a 3-on-3 left. And at the end of the day, the Dragons defend their base. They get another couple minutes of life.
Another couple minutes of life, maybe to look for this Elder Dragon that's spawning in just 50 seconds. Baron in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So definite still signs of life for the Dragons, as now they need the ultimate dragon of them all to keep themselves in this game and maybe even close it out in their favor. But for the side of Peak Ruby, grabbing they don't even really, I mean, they don't need the Elder Dragon, but it would help them out as they close this out. They just had a bad fight there. They are still very much in control of this game at about 8,000 in the lead over the side of Drexel Dragons. Placing down their vision, it's very important. Making sure that they have some sort of vision to track Lithuania, to track Botnon hacks. Those are the key members they need to keep an eye on, as Uwu Enjoyer throws out one of the Void missiles. Nothing coming of it. But Lithuania looking for a target.
Impale still on cooldown. It's going to be a few seconds until that one can be used by Lithuania. Kiva now back in Realm Warp range, so it will be a true 5v5. Zervaloid not going to get hit by that Impale. Look at that. The Hextech ultimatum will get dropped, though, and they get dunked on before anybody can really make anything happen. Now everybody's just in on the action. A double kill. Twitch is spraying and praying, and it's just working out. A triple kill now for the rest of the team. The Penta for Dark Frenzy to end the match. The poison chokes the hopes and dreams of the Drexel Dragons, and the round one, the first round of these playoffs, they will go in favor of Peak Ruby in 3 games.
What a pentakill for this Twitch. Dark Frenzy dying at the end of it, but securing all 5 kills for his team, making sure that they win this best of 3, taking the series 2-1. What a series it was. I mean, I don't think anybody we expected just like a 2-0 in favor of Peak Ruby looking at the paper, but I mean, what a way to end that game, just taking it out and blowing everybody up.
I mean, that was a crazy end to the game. We had 3 really awesome, really back and forth games, a great series. Both these teams did such a nice job, but at the end of the day, Peak Ruby and Kiva, they come out on top off the back of a nice pentakill at the end by that Twitch. And with that, that will be the end of our series. But I have good news. Me and Ice, we may be moving onwards, but we have some great casters, Crewman and JordanBot, gonna both pick up another series right after this up against the 1st and 9th seeds in all of Style Esports this season. Chaotic Solar up against Regression. So if you guys are excited to stick around and watch some more Style League of Legends, we got it coming right up after this.
Thank you everybody for joining us, and that's it. Yeah, that's it for us. Thank you, Phoenix, for joining me. It was a pleasant ride, and what a series it was. We're gonna throw it over to Jordan Bot and Crewman 44 in just a few minutes. Let them get set up, and we'll see you on the flip. Or we won't, but Jordan Bot and
Yeah, well,
Crewman
yeah,
will.
you know.
Don't go anywhere.
See ya.
What's up, Style fans? Welcome back to the Season 18 playoffs. Our second streamed match of the night comes to us from the Targon Division, the highest level of play in the Style League. Here in Targon, we are still just getting started with the Rumble stage. This will be round 2. First seed Chaotic Solar is about to square up against 9th seed Regression in a best of 3 to determine who will advance in the upper bracket. Regression did, of course, participate in round 1. That was played a little over a week ago. Regression was able to dispatch the 8th seed, EXT, with a clean 2-0. ADC, the map, went 13-1-5 on the Jinx in Game 2 to help secure the win. Now, will Regression be able to ride that momentum to pull off a massive upset, or will perennial powerhouse Chaotic Solar take their first step towards yet another finals appearance? Bringing you the call for this match, my name is Crewman44. I am joined by Jordan Bott for this round. Jordan, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Crewman. Super excited to cast more League of Legends this time on the style side of things. Chaotic Solar, we're already in draft kicks. Chaotic Solar on the blue side, looking absolutely unstoppable here in the first seed. They are 11-1 so far in the regular season standings. And they've got a star-studded roster. Interested to see on what they can pull out here tonight. Ashe, Nautilus, and Ahri will be the bans. Vi will be the first pick. And Regression on their side, they've taken out Rumble, they've taken out Jinx, they've taken out Callista. So of the high-priority AD carries, what will you take when you know the threat of a Vi is already over your head?
Yeah, definitely an interesting decision here. Jinx, I think, makes sense that we do see that one get removed. The Ahri as well. Those are kind of the 2 picks in my mind that are like the most OP right now in the current meta, at least as far as 5v5 play is concerned.
Totally. Yeah, we'll see that Skarner pick up. It's been a huge addition to the meta ever since the rework, ever since it's been enabled in all the leagues. So we'll see a Skarner, we'll see a Lucian. How many roles will that Skarner flex? I expect it to maybe it be in the hands of HP Gamer. He's known to be sort of that stable top laner. I don't know if he loves the weak side, but his picks have reflected a very tanky frontline role on the team. So maybe a source of stability up there for them. Lucian pickup signaling sort of maybe a Nami or a Milio on 3 for Regression. We'll see where they like to go with that, but there's a lot of threat on that Lucian so far in this draft, as Draven will be the lane counter. Verticality seems to be playing a bit of everything in the meta, from carries to utility laners to everything from Kai'Sa, and now we get to see him to play picking up the Draven.
Definitely a bold move here from Chaotic Solar, looking to fight fire with fire down there towards the bot lane. Nico to come through here as well. A little bit of a flex pick, I think. Could go either mid or support. You've seen it relatively frequently in both roles. And likely the Nami here on the R3, I think. Outside chance we see the Milio as well. And that is actually going to be that Milio.
Yeah, Milio a lot more defensive, and with the amount of dive coming through on Chaotic Solar's first 3 picks, I don't hate the Milio. I definitely think the Lucian kind of shows your hand on that R2 position, but they wanted the Skarner as well. So the Milio might be a little bit telegraphed. They might need to think about pinching some of the other playmaking supports, unless they have a read that Nico might be going in that support role. And then Regression need to reveal the flex of the Skarner on this 4 pick. They will likely pick jungle, or I imagine a jungle pick's coming through here for Desire. He's played a lot of unique picks, so we'll see where they want to go with this. Just trying to limit J-Bear's bruiser top laners that he's so known for. I'm surprised that Darius has not gone banned yet, but we will see what they pull out there. The Olaf, okay, maybe daring them to pick the Darius, but Aurelion Sol and Talia will be the mid pinches here on the side of Chaotic.
Yeah, certainly the case. I think likely the mid lane lock in here on the R4. It's most likely. Well, they could save R5 counter pick for that mid lane position as well. Definitely some pretty aggressive drafts, I think it's safe to say, for both sides, at least through these first 3 picks.
Yeah, Chaotic definitely going with a much more explosive draft, and that is going to be the Karthus coming through. Desire did play Karthus in their first playoff round match, so lot of squishy targets here on the side of Regression. They've opted into sort of a control style draft, and Chaotic living up to their name, is absolutely going to be setting fire on the Rift here in this early game in likely all 3 lanes. They're picking up J-Bear's patented Darius. He's absolutely known for this pick. So what will save this draft on the R5 position? Because there's the Blitzcrank too. All 3 of these lanes just look so scary to play into.
Yeah, I mean, HP Gamer must have a plan for this Darius pick. They had to know that it was coming. Quick look at the stats this season for J-Bear on the Darius. 163 games, 55% win rate. So a little bit of a Darius main. That much is sure. What is the answer going to be?
And it's going to be the Jace pickup there for Joker. He piloted that in their first round of playoffs. So it looks like they're just trying to mimic a lot of the things that made them successful in their first round of playoffs. Maybe just had a really good week on a couple of these picks. They are a very different look in terms of the picks they've gone for, and a bit of a fragile team coming in for regression here. So coming in this game as the underdogs in the series, Chaotic are going to create, like, for lack of a better word, they're going to create so much chaos in a lot of these lane matchups. Vi has literally 3 lanes with playmaking ability that is not just the Vi on her own going first. So I've seen a lot of these higher tier teams achieve something in draft that seems to be lost in some of these other leagues, that all 5 champions seem to be on theme with one another. And that's what I really like. All champions are going to be flooding in there, and if they can find their targets, it's going to be a bloody one.
Absolutely. I think that is really great to see. I'm glad you point that out, Jordan. It is so important, especially when you are playing at higher levels like this. We have higher elo players in the game. It does sometimes come down to, little things, champion synergies, overall game plan and, strategy of the team can really come into play in a big way. When players aren't necessarily as skilled, it can sometimes come down to, like, who's making fewer mistakes, right? For example, or just like who has more comfort on their champion, can sometimes be a little bit more relevant. But these players all have a really strong grasp of the fundamentals. And it's going to be really interesting to see, how they're going to be able to work together as, their respective squads to really put forward a good showing here for this first game.
Absolutely. Yeah, so what we're going to be looking for, at least in this early portion of the game, is going to be, is this Karthus going to be able to get the full clear off? Is he going to be able to create sort of a tempo lead in the jungle? And then, obviously, with the Skarner in the top lane, he's sort of taking the sacrifice. He's playing the survive part of the map. And so that Lucian and that Jace can hopefully flourish, but they're trying to flourish into a support counter pick of the Blitzcrank, an explosive 3-camp jungler in the Vi. So it'll be really interesting to see what these 2 teams do with what they've picked here in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely interesting. We were, of course, initially thinking that it was going to be the Jace answering the Darius up there towards the top side, and not going to be the case, it seems. Skarner, in fact, the early lock-in for regression is going to be the option into J-Bear's famed Darius. I'm not really sure how I feel about it, Jordan. It honestly, I'm not gonna pretend that I'm super knowledgeable about top lane matchups. I'm a jungler myself, but the Skarner feels a little bit riskier, honestly, into the Darius. I mean, he doesn't really have the same ability as the Jace to farm from range, right? And Skarner's only really mobility is the E, which is very easily interrupted by Darius's own E. But what are kind of your initial thoughts on this matchup, the Skarner into the Darius?
I think regression as a team, you can't really get through an entire game of League of Legends without some form of frontline or some form of sort of protection. So I think they've largely picked that for the team composition. And maybe Desire said, give me the Karthus into the Vi matchup, and I'm gonna create a massive farm lead. So maybe they like their chances in other parts of the map. I think Skarner is really good in the current meta. I think he's also a very low econ top laner, so he can take a sack in CS. So I do expect J-Bear to be in full control of this lane. And Darius in general does thrive in low damage environments, so it is good for the lane. But then when he enters the game, he's got to make sure that he's got that lead from the lane so that he doesn't get absolutely blown up by the heavy damage coming in from the Jace. And it's mixed damage too coming in from the Karthus. So we're going to see when these 2 teams clash, are our questions going to be answered.
Indeed. We shall see. One last question for you, Jordan, before we go to our first break. Overall, between these 2 compositions, if you were in this game, which side would you rather be on? Who do you think got the edge here in our Game 1 Champion Select?
Oh, 1,000,000% chaotic. I just think they're in the driver's seat for about the first 15 minutes. If they make a lot of missteps, regression can absolutely come through with some scaling. But I would be terrified to be on the side of chaotic, because when the map goes dark around bot lane, are they bringing in a Nico and a Vi behind your turret? That's what I'd be afraid of.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams with some pretty exciting, some pretty explosive drafts here, but the side of Chaotic Solar with some more options early on. We'll see if they're going to be able to get themselves that early lead, or if Regression are going to be able to start things off in a little bit of an unexpected way. Don't go anywhere, guys. Targon Division playoffs right back after this. All right, Style fans, welcome on to the Rift for game number 1. As we can see here, Chaotic Solar, a little bit of an attempt at the level 1 mark, as you like to do with the Blitzcrank, right? But all they're going to find is a single ward.
Absolutely. Yep. So they're going to just pan out. They're going to make sure they establish some kind of darkness around bottom. And it looks like they are fanning out into the map. Interested to see what happens with this mid lane matchup. I'm seeing Ignite and Electrocute on the side of the Jace. The Red Wolf is going to be playing very aggressive in this matchup to try and disrupt what Chaotic Esports are going to try and do here in game number 1.
Yeah, so it looks like I do have my teams backwards, so I'm going to really quick get that sorted out for you guys. Chaotic Solar, of course, on the blue side for this first game. Regression on the red side. Any runes or summoner spells that you think we should be paying attention to besides that Electrocute on the Jace?
No, I just think let's see how the team comps interact with each other. So we do see Vi starting on the top side. She's going to clear down away from the Skarner lane, which I do like. And she wants to enable her Blitzcrank to be able to play aggressive up in that lane. Look for those aggressive hooks. Here's hook number 1.
Okay. There it is. Connects that one. Verticality now exhausted. Try to mitigate that damage, but still a lot of damage is going to come through onto the map. Although Verticality taking quite a bit of a beating as well there. Both 80 carries now down low in the bot lane. That's going to be the first apprehend. In the top side as well. Jay Bear able to get over to the level 2 mark first. Get some good damage down onto HP.
Yeah, this lane matchup doesn't look the most fun, and what we just saw was heavy trading in the bot side. He's going through hook number 2 here on the level 2 power spike.
Oh,
Little bit worse for wear that.
Yeah,
there. Ilio looking extra worse for wear.
Summoner spells.
Yep, they are barely surviving down here, but what Chaotic Esports here is doing is they're creating a lot of volatility and making it really uncomfortable for regression here, because as we know, Vi is such a good champion at diving. Vi is such a good champion at skipping camp. So we're going to see if Chaotic is going to be able to translate this lane priority, this kill pressure that they've obtained for themselves into a major early game lead.
Yeah, of course, as you mentioned earlier on, Desire is going to be on this side of the map. Oh, another hook lands. Naomi will surely have to burn the summoners now. Staying alive is the heal and the flash. Emilio does manage to get back underneath the turret. Stay alive.
Oh, here comes
now.
Desire.
Desire is actually first to the play. Verticality trying to sidestep the Skittles. Has to flash that last one. Boyo, now is the Blitzcrank going to be able to create enough distance here? No flash on the support. That's going to be first blood over to Regression immediately. Answered back. It is actually a double kill over to Lucian. And Dumpa actually not quite able to finish anybody off. The Lucian and Emilio both walking away with blinking health bars. And Desire is the jungler making
Here comes
that
Never Saw.
impact. Yeah, the wave isn't quite up to the turret, though. So Nico can't chase them any further. And that is a nice early lead for Regression.
Yeah, Chaotic Esports kind of looking a little bit greedy on the map there. They thought they could get away with a couple extra camps on the Vi before they wanted to look for major fights. Your bot lane cannot play this aggressive under the turret when the Karthus is going to clear faster. If you're opting in for a full clear versus full clear setup, the Karthus will reach his tower down bottom first by far. So a little bit over aggression coming in from Chaotic. We're going to have to see how they adjust to this one, because Draven lost his stacks. Draven lost his sums. How is he going to adjust?
Yeah, and the fact that both of those last hits went over to the map as well on the Lucian is absolutely massive for the side of Regression, for this bot lane in particular. You know, the Draven does rely so heavily on having that control in the lane early on, right? On building up those passive stacks and eventually getting that huge cash in. So if that extra goal, we got to play in the mid lane as a nice tango bumps from Neversaw, trying to create enough space, going to flash over the wall. Is he going to be able to join up with Dumpa now? Sidestep on the shock blast, nice as well, but the Nico is so low, can't really participate in this fight anymore, and is on the wrong side of the map as well. Don't think Neversaw is getting out of this one. Oh, uses the clone to soak the turret shot, escapes into the north side of the jungle. Desire is still on the chase. See if Neversaw is going to be able to get off a sneaky recall.
Yeah, he's actually going to get the recall off. He's not even going to execute. Probably no major difference there, but really nice mechanical play coming in from Neversaw. Really took the bad end of that trade. Joker found the best of him on the Jace there, burning the Ignite early and really putting Neversaw in a very uncomfortable position, but able to shake that one off. So this round is kind of a bit of a neutral outcome here.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very close call for Neversaw there, but able to outplay it. And that was so cute as well, using the clone to soak the turret shot and get through the lane to the other side of the jungle. Really quick thinking there. Clever from Neversaw, able to stay alive, not give over that early gold to the Jace.
Yeah, actually massive. Yeah, because we've seen that before, and that room to move in between the towers is actually so slim.
Yeah. Shout out to Shigenda. Was that Shigenda?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the Kennen clip. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
He showed us how it's done.
On the Nico for Neversaw. And we are onto the Dragon now for Desire and for Regression. So bot lane control should go the way of Lucian Nam here. They've got a nice big wave that they're pushing in at the moment as Karthus is actually moving over. Doesn't want to start up the Dragon actually without the bot lane fully pushing in that wave and being able to rotate over to assist. They will get that wave shoved in now. Not actually going back to the Dragon, though. Looks like they're trying to set some kind of trap.
Yeah, they've got the temporary lane prio, but with the explosiveness of the Blitzcrank, they have to defuse this.
They're going to hook onto Desire. The Karthus going down low. Karthus taken down. That is some gold back over to Verticality now on the Draven. Map dashing forward. Ball Breaker not going to connect there for Dumpa. And the map pretty strong.
Here comes the mid laners.
Quiver done. Here comes the mid laners indeed. Shock Blast connecting onto Verticality, but Nico with the counter engage finds the bot last 1 and 2. The hook onto the Lucian. Map brought underneath the turn and another kill over to Verticality on the Draven. Red Wolf now trying to trade back, trying to at least create enough space for the Emilio to get out of here. Naomi trying to fight.
Massive root.
It's not going to work out. That's going to be the Nico picking up too. That's going to be the Nico absolutely making the difference in the bot lane play, and Chaotic Solar take the lead.
Yeah, Chaotic Solar finding so much volatility on the map, and that's what we talked about in draft. This is where their champions really flourish. Regression opting into the aggression coming in from Chaotic here. Absolute fist fight in the bot lane. Tons of players going down on both sides, but now just a massive amount of gold coming back in. Joker is going to look really nice on this Nico now, and Verticality he's back to running the map. He's already got a 20 CS lead for himself and a massive buy with the BF Sword Dirk and a crit cloak for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking earlier about how it was so good that the map was able to get those 2 kills on the Lucian, right? But now again, Chaotic Solar now, the other side of things, getting that gold exactly where they want it. 2 kills on the Nico, 2 kills on the Draven. Both of those carries now going to be accelerated as we move towards the mid-game.
Yep. Dumpa came out a little bit short there. He whiffed the initial Q onto the map's Lucian, but he was in the right place at the right time. The comms in Chaotic are very bot-centric right now. You can tell they've just left J-Bear on a complete island up here on the Darius. He's in his comfort zone, and they're absolutely just creating so much chaos in the bot side of the map.
You know, speaking of J-Bear, we can do a quick check-in up there towards the top lane. It's currently about 30 CS up in this matchup. Pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, he's trying to set a record for how much gold you can get without purchasing any items. At the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of gloating. So here we come on to Neversaw.
Does find the Pop Blossom. Dumpa gets the Ball Breaker. They're just going to burst down the Jace. Red Wolf not even able to flash there. Just gets 100 to 0'd in the CC. And a double kill again. Going over to Neversaw.
More early fighting.
Yeah, pulled in. Flashing over the wall. One more axe. The Whirling Death. Not quite enough. Naomi still only level 5 on this Melio. Same for the Blitzcrank, though. And it looks like the map will be able to survive underneath the turrets. And then finally, this first dragon will be taken down.
Yeah, Chaotic Solar finding a lot of these early fights exactly on the part of the map that they want to. When you assess the strength of the champions, you have Nico and Vi. This mid jungle is so terrifying. And on the side of Regression, you have Jace Karthus. This is heavily indexed into scaling, and they're opting into a lot of this early aggression. So you kind of have to assess, what are our priorities in this game? What are our win conditions? Because right now, we're playing into the enemy's hands.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jordan, and it is something that we highlighted in the draft as well, right? That Chaotic Solar did have a little bit of an advantage in the early game. And it does feel, as you say, that Regression are kind of playing into their opponent's game plan.
Yep, absolutely. Here, Desire actually is here.
J-Bear, yeah. Karthus trying to move in. Oh, the flash for the E. Gets the redirection on J-Bear, but then Darius is just too strong. You want to fight Darius? J-Bear likes those odds. A double kill in the 1v2.
Okay, J-Bear is feeling so good about himself right now because it was not banned. It went through the draft. He picks it into whatever matchup. He essentially blind because they held R5, right on the side of Regression. And he's only got a Doran shield at 10 minutes and he 1v2s. What is this man doing?
Oh my God, J Bear don't care, Jordan.
He just bought a
just
full
doesn't.
Steric stage.
Oh my goodness. We are gonna
Oh, we
have
saw.
more,
Oh,
what were you gonna say?
good grief! We saw some good playmaking in. I haven't seen a lot of the Skarner mechanics yet, so the flash behind to sort of
It
scoop
looked
him
cool,
in there.
yeah.
It did look really cool, but then J Bear's just stacking up, and he absolutely 1v2s, takes down both of them, and that's a full Sterix completed. So he's probably feeling on down here. Flash forward.
Looking for the setup once again. Red Wolf in trouble. HP Gamers trying to peel for the chase as much as possible, but it's just not nearly enough. The Violent is committed. Oh, Verticality going down low with the CC from the Blitzcrank. The Lucian does get the last hit onto the Draven, and Verticality critically not getting the kill in return. So it is a 1-for-1, but you have to say that favors Regression just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So Boyo's going to sneak away from that one. Verticality, another decent cash in for himself. He's completed the Infinity Edge, which is just such a scary spike. When you're on the side of the Lucian Milio, you're really playing for Milio's first item and Lucian's first 2 items to where you can finally transition into mid lane and take control. That's what you're looking forward to in this matchup. So on the side of Regression, they've kind of picked scaling in all the positions, right? And the early aggression coming out from Chaotic Esports on their early game composition that they've drafted for themselves is just really going in the favor of Chaotic. So a 4K gold lead here in the first 12 minutes is a massive feat for Chaotic, but they got to keep the ball rolling because like we talked about, Desire has been clearing. He's got his Malignants online. Here comes some aggression in the bot lane.
Good calling damage there. Almost enough. Oh, the summon Airy. That was so close. What is that Draven at? It was at 10 HP. As he walks away from that one. Very close for Map and Naomi down here. Almost able to take him down, but Verticality will live to tell the tale.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit sad there for the bot lane of Regression. They're trying to get something going. They're going to be the pressure point that the map is going to be looking at, and they took advantage of a bit of a roam timer that Boyo had disappeared from bottom in. And he limps away with 1 HP. Verticality is a lucky man right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Boyo just being cheeky, stopping the map from getting off that reset as Draven does make his way back to lane. The Infinity Dodge, as we saw earlier on, now with an extra Dirk in pocket.
Yep. Doing well on this side. We do have item spikes coming in for most of the champions on the Rift. Mid laners picked up a couple of toys for themselves as well. Portabelt is always such a nice spike when you're talking about Nico. She's got essentially her entire core. Like the next couple items don't really transform the way she can play the game. So Neversaw is going to be feeling really good when they're approaching these dragon fights. You see the side of Chaotic, they're trying to get lane prio in mid lane and bot lane and try to make the map a little bit darker, a little bit scarier for Regression to move around. And then are they going to bait the dragon or are they just going to try to take it themselves? Here it comes.
Oh, that is Red Wolf forced to flash away from the Vi engage. That is a very important summoner spell that is now down. Does lead me to believe that maybe Regression will opt out of this next dragon fight.
Yeah, and the problem with this is if you surrender bot river and you're surrendering the idea of the dragon, are they just going to die bot? Like, is Chaotic just going to bring the Nico and the Vi, and you see Dump is already here with ulti in tow. So if Desire's here to match, but we're going to have to see what will the mid laners do in between the waves.
Wow. So as we can see here, Chaotic Solar on Vision is a ward in the Tri-Brush there for Regression. They knew all about what that potential angle was going to be. It does look like the call from Chaotic Solar. Not going to be pushing their luck, not going to go for any over-aggressive dives. Oh, they will find the Jace, though.
No
Red
flash.
Wolf walking back in here with no flash, as you say. Just going to instantly get deleted. The Requiem does come out, does get off some decent damage. Malignance is done for Desire, but they're in a 3v4 situation right now. And actually, even J-Bear's actually on the Rift Herald right now, interestingly enough. So
yeah, and it's hard for
focus.
the idea of using the Skarner TP here because then you're surrendering too much in the top lane. Plates have fallen, so that tower would likely go down. So it's just going to be a dragon take and a walk away, and that feels really bad to just kind of walk away from that empty-handed. Now, Desire did get some good first strike damage there on that ulti, and he might even look for even a little bit more.
Nice ward from Verticality, and this Karthus is a little bit alone right now. Cease and desist does come out.
Oh,
the
look on the
hook
map.
brings in the map. Oh, does trade back really well. That Lucian damage is pretty nutso. Does actually manage to turn that play around and takes down the Blitzcrank, and Verticality had to flash over the wall to get away from that very scary Lucian as well. So a kill onto the Karthus, does get traded back onto the Crank.
Yeah, you weren't joking. The first round of playoffs, the map was a bit of the star of the show when it came to Regression's performance. And he's looking to really pick up where he left off in this one. And I want to just point out it was really important. Hang on. This is the Nico.
Okay, Awesome comes in, gets the CC down onto the map. Is the burst damage enough? The heal comes through, and Neversaw doesn't quite have the damage.
Oh! The final Q, Neversaw will take him out. The map is trying so hard to eke out every little bit of damage he can find for himself. And I wanted to point out that Naomi has actually finished the support quest and got himself Dreammaker, access to Dreammaker, and that played a big part in the fact that Lucian was not really taking a whole lot of damage. He was dishing out a whole lot of damage, right? And Blitzcrank has fallen a little bit far down in that aspect when he was looking for those earlier roams. So really nice to see supports try to min-max in some of these areas.
Yeah, ultimately, though, the Dreammaker, not enough to keep the map alive in that particular instance. Does mean that Verticality is going to get a little bit of quality time with that tier 1 turret towards that.
Yeah, look at what they're doing bottom here. They're just standing off and staring at their opponents and just saying, we dare you to come into our zone of control with your composition, because it is so much weaker at this phase.
Oh, J-Bear, look at walking up to the turret. He still doesn't care. He didn't care before, and he doesn't now either, as the Impale does come out. HP Gamer desperately trying to keep that tier 1 turret alive, but will be unsuccessful in that attempt, and now the Apprehend's going to come in, and J-Bear
There's J-Bear, yep.
For Scorpion's head. The flash forward for the last auto attack, and that's going to do it. J-Bear with a solo kill, and he's on a spree.
Yep, really nice pickup for himself. Again, in his comfort zone, he's played this matchup probably more than anyone else has. And Chaotic Esports have not put their foot off the gas. It looks like they're going to go and try and cut off the map. And Naomi here.
Yeah, that's going to be Boyo. He knows the priority target here. Gets right on top of the map. The Blitzcrank ultimate expended as well pretty early on. Season desist, beautiful Vi ultimate there onto the carry. And that's going to be an easy cleanup for Chaotic Solar as they get 2 more kills. And just like that, Jordan, look at that scoreboard, 16-5, and we're looking at about a 7K gold lead. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yep, they are absolutely rolling at this phase in the game. Chaotic has kind of got everything they wanted and more, and J-Bear is going to even push the issue further. He's got himself a Yumu's Ghostblade, so kind of favored himself in the move speed run there.
He's just flexing on him at this point.
Yeah, he's got the tank stats to back it up, and it looks like he's just going to try and chase him down.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Ghost Blade active just coming off cooldown there. And I don't think there's really much Red Wolf can do here. It does have his top.
Oh, HP Gamer's here.
As well, actually. There gives J-Bear a little bit of a shield. HP Gamer is full HP, and the Noxie and Guillotine actually not available for the Darius at this.
That's a lot of healing.
Whirling Death not quite going to find the target.
Here come the
cavalry
boys.
has arrived, and Neversaw and Boyo going to be able to turn this one around in favor of their top laner. J-Bear just going to recall for funsies in the face of the Skarners. HP Gamer cannot get away. And it's actually the bleed from J-Bear that gets the kill. Couple more going into these solar coffers.
Yep, just a really good game plan and a really good draft executed in tandem with each other. So they attacked the right side of the map. They just said, J-Bear, we're going to leave you on your island. You're just going to try to be left to your own devices with your with one of your favorite champions. Have at her and see what you can do. We're going to overload bot side. And that's exactly what they did. And now that gold lead is sort of splashing off across the rest of the map. Draven can be left alone now. And you saw Neversaw and Boyo just attack the top laner. They're just kind of taking everything they want as we're getting ready for this third dragon.
Yeah, should be a pretty easy pickup for Chaotic Solar once again. I still can't believe he went Ghostblade second, man. I can't get over it.
He's building more lethality. You see, in the top lane, when you have this many levels on your counterpart, it means you're actually just 5 levels above what the map can do. So if you ask yourself, the only guy that can kill me on the map right now is either Karthus or Lucian, right? He's 3 levels on the Karthus, and he's 5 levels on the Lucian. So he has no fear at this moment. He doesn't need to respect anything. And he's got the Sterix for the tankiness. So all the power to him. I like this, and they've taken full control bot side. It looks like they're just going to circle off the dragon, see if they can get a pick. The question will be, is Regression going to be able to answer anything top side, top lane, something of that nature? But we see the TP coming in from Neversaw.
Yeah, try to deny that cross map. Neversaw going to be able to get up towards that top tier 1. Deny HP Gamer from taking that one down. Getting that bounty gold, not going to come through. And of course, we did just crest the 20-minute mark as well. Does mean that Baron Nashor is alive on Summoner's Rift. We'll see for how long, though. I think he could be very high right now on the list of targets for Chaotic Solar. Oh, not going to go.
I was going to wait and see if Desire was going to pull his head out of there, but that's the scary side of the map, to be honest. We see Dumpas here.
Oh, yeah. HP Gamer now no longer has a jungler in the area to help out. And that is going to mean a dead Scorpion once again.
Yep, Verticality picking out once again another cash out. He's got everything he needs right now. We actually saw the Malignance pick up from Neversaw. That's not a typical Nico item. You usually see the Protobelt as sort of the number one item and then follows... honestly, I don't even know. I think it's Horizon Focus or something, but we're seeing Malignance, maybe a higher budget. Just seeing what he wants to put together for himself.
All right. That Karthus damage is just not there yet. Desire is not even close, and oh my god.
And J-Bear's got his stacks, and he's going to keep looking for people.
No, Karthus does have a flash here. Oh, dear. Well, Karthus doesn't have an HP bar, unfortunately, so that's going to make things a little bit difficult. As, yeah, J-Bear's behind them now. And he's going to pull both into the upper hand. Maybe HP Gamer can turn this one around, teleporting back in for the Skarner. And yes, it seems like Chaotic Solar may, in fact, have overplayed their hand a little bit. The Baron will still be secure. Smite is good from Dumpa. Can they get out? Is the question. A Skarner comes in. Lucian damage is still there. They shut down the Vi. Verticality should have enough movement speed to make it out of this one, but it could have been cleaner, honestly, for Solar there.
Yeah, Neversaw kind of got no value from his kit and then also died, so a couple of shutdowns given. Little glimmer of hope, but it's a small one. Verticality is going to look for more.
We're going too deep here.
On the way back to base here.
Not it. Just walked past.
Yeah, they're just kind of reaching at this point. Yeah. So we'll get the bases off. More items will come through. We're sporting a 10,000 gold lead, and they're also on soul points. So the layer of scaling that Regression had in their composition has largely been pole vaulted. So they've got to look and sort of try to maintain high tempo and wait for their enemies to make a mistake. If someone wants to go wandering off into some fog of war alone, trying to greed for some wards, that's where Regression can make their move. But until then, they're kind of just collecting what camps and waves that they can and defending some of their turrets.
Small victory there. Desire able to steal away the Raptor camp. Oh, I don't think it's going to be a victory for much longer, though. Oh my god, those Draven auto attacks just two-shot him.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough. If you're Desire, you're trying to absorb as many resources as possible, and you weren't able to get ahead of the Vi because of how many early kills there were. There was 1 kill per minute for the side of Chaotic, and that's exactly what their composition needed.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, they found that early lead, and boy, did they run with it. Complete control now, just to see how much longer this first game is going to last. 10K now is the gold lead, and Dragon Soul on the table in a couple minutes' time. I don't really think they're going to need it to necessarily end the game.
Here.
Yeah, finds the Pop Blossom. Dumpa for the follow-up. That's going to be another kill going over. Number 5 for the Vi. And J-Bear's on the inhibitor turret.
Yep. 1-3-1 setup executed fairly stock standard from Chaotic. They've got all the cards that they're holding on to, and they get to play their hand the way they want. So they're going to pressure all 3 lanes, and they just kind of come up to Red Wolf and say, "Back to spawn, buddy. This is not your side of the map."
Yeah, that's pretty much how that one went down. They do still have not too much time left on the Baron, only about 30 seconds left on this Baron buff, and it is only, of course, on Boyo and Verticality. They are looking to break into the base here in the mid lane as Neversaw finds the Tangle Barbs. 3-level advantage right now on the Karthus. Nice job sidestepping the Skittles as well. They will be able to break in through the mid lane here. Mid lane inhibitor will be destroyed by Chaotic Solar. Requiem coming out now, looking for some damage. It's still not quite there, though. The Karthus feels like he needs a little bit more time. And I don't know if they're going to get it.
Yeah, exactly. 24 minutes, and the house is on fire. The door has been broken down. Mid lane inhibitor has fallen, and Chaotic Esports are looking clean as ever.
Yeah, Donald Glover left standing with the pizza boxes, wondering where it all went wrong. As Neversaw easily able to get away from the Jace there.
Yep. The glimmer of hope or the shining light for Regression here is definitely their bot lane. Somehow throughout all the chaos, the map has been able to put 3 items together on his Lucian. And the Milio is relatively on curve in terms of where she wants to be. But the side of Chaotic, they've just pole vaulted themselves so far ahead that I don't think Lucian can quite 1v9 this one.
Yeah, I don't really see that happening necessarily. We are going to look to secure the Ocean Soul here. This is going to be locked away. It looks like no contest going to come out from Regression. And we do still have a couple of minutes here, Jordan, until the Baron returns to Summoner's Rift. Do you think that we're actually just going to be waiting for that Baron to spawn? It looks like we do see some pings.
Oh,
right
absolutely
now.
not. We're gonna see a Chaotic. They're gonna do what's called sending it, and they're gonna bring in Never Saw's TP or something. They're going to flash forward. Okay,
Wolf. And
maybe it's just a side lane kill. Yep.
Yeah, I mean the Jace is just too far behind. A little bit of a rough game for Red Wolf, unfortunately. 1-8 on the Jace. Not ideal.
Yeah. But with Flash on Boyo and Flash on Dumpa, this game is about to be blown open. I don't think Chaotic are gonna let the Baron spawn.
Oh, man. Now Desire is going to try his hand at solo killing the Nico in the side lane. See how that one goes. The inhibitor turret will fall. HP Gamer will fall immediately afterwards. The inhibitor will be destroyed. J-Bear flashing forward, finds the Decimate. The Noxie, the damage comes through. Emilio, does he get back to the fountain? No, my goodness, how they apprehend. Once again, from J-Bear is going to finish off the little boy. And the next turrets will fall. Another flash hook. There's a nice little bit of flare at the end of the game from Boyo. Double kill over to J-Bear. Desire. Last one left standing, as Red Wolf did actually technically respawn there. But the Nexus not going to be so lucky. 27 minutes on the game clock, and Chaotic Solar take a dominant win in game 1.
Yeah, plus 50 for verticality on the Draven. The game is over. The Nexus has exploded, but we are talking about a 3-game series here. So now in nights like this, when you get smashed in a game 1, you bring the coach into the Discord call. You hash out what did you think went wrong that game? What adaptations can we make in drafts going into game 2? And are these players going to show the mental fortitude needed to sort of bounce back and play game 2 to their best of their ability? Because this one was a slaughter, but you can totally shake it back or shake it off, and you can come into game 2 with a fresh mind and a fresh set of picks.
Yeah, Jordan, I think that is the big question, right? Is Regression going to have that mental resilience to sort of come back after what was such a devastating loss here in game number 1 and still be able to put their best foot forward for game number 2 as well, right? Or will they regress, as it were, if you'll excuse my pun there? Less than optimal play.
I think I see what you did there.
Do you? Oh, well, I'm glad that came across. But one order of business before we go to a short break, Jordan. Our game 1 POG over here on the side of Chaotic Solar. You know, I think there were obviously strong performances across the board here. I do have a front runner in mind. What do you think?
I think we probably have to give it to J-Bear.
Yeah.
He did the most with the least amount of attention. So if you're going to give it to anyone else, like second place would definitely be all the other 4 members of Chaotic, because they did work very well together as a unit. There was no one player that is like, here, get in the backpack and I'm going to lead the charge. That's what's up. But J-Bear was alone. He was blind picking his Darius, and he was left to his own devices, and he succeeded in a way that not a whole lot of players do.
He sure did. He sure did. And I do expect we'll be seeing the Darius ban come through here for the second game. We'll have to see what other adaptations Regression are going to make. But before then, guys, a short break. Don't go anywhere. Style Esports Season 18 playoffs continue right after this. All right, guys, welcome back. We are jumping straight into this Game 2 draft. The teams wanted to waste no time getting into this second game, and so we're just going to get right into it. You want to give us a quick rundown of what we're looking at here, Jordan?
Yep, it's going to be a bit of a speed run. So Regression has swallowed the pill, and they said, okay, J-Bear is not allowed to have his one-trick Darius. The Vi has also been taken away, as well as a Rek'Sai ban, which I'm missing some data on that to where that has the value for Regression here, but Chaotic has taken away Ari, Jinx, Ashe. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's keep some of the same bans in there. And Regression is sticking to their guns. They're going to first pick Skarner. Is it a flex pick for them? Let's find out. Chaotic Solar going to respond that round of the draft with Poppy and Tristana. So some flex picks of their own, some shenanigans there. Regression going to respond Vayne and Janna. So going to give Map his pick of the litter in terms of hyper carry, 80 carries, so he can have his impact. Naomi, very known for the enchanter side of things. And then Chaotic Solar going to respond with a Heimerdinger counter pick. So for some early bot lane control, priority shove, that kind of idea. We see the Dragon, Asol, and Hui taken out from the mid lane pool. Chaotic Solar going to take those out. And Regression going to take out Senna because they are thinking that Tristana is going to be a mid lane Tristana. And then their last ban is going to be another one targeted towards J-Bear up there in the top lane, because I am fairly certain Regression knows that Poppy is probably jungle and not going in J-Bear's hands. That's just on how I know the players. So we'll have to see what they are going to secure for themselves here on our number 4. I imagine it's going to be an 80 carry pick here for verticality.
Indeed. Chaotic Solar do have some really nice Yordle synergy going right now. See if they're going to be able to keep that one going.
They absolutely will. So it's a Ziggs pickup. It's a double mage setup in the bot lane, I do believe, and they're just going to try and shove wave. That's their primary idea, because Vayne, the number one thing that you can ask Vayne players, what do you hate doing? And it's just that you spend so much of your game just clearing minions. Such limited wave clear on the champion, so they're just going to try and create pressure through lane priority. And we'll see if they favor their ideas in the edge in this draft. So a Syndra pickup for Regression, and I kind of like that. Never Saw has been excuse me, that's for the Joker in the mid lane. So a little bit of a control mage. We will see if he's able to outrange his opponents, because there's a lot of range on the side of Chaotic Solar so far.
Definitely the case. Yes, they are going to have quite a lot of range and quite a lot of damage as well. So see how Regression are going to be able to respond to that. The Vayne, I kind of understand what they're going for here. The map was definitely the strongest performer, was kind of the one member of Regression that last game who was kind of able to get something done, at least in early on. But the Vayne pick, I'm still going to have to question a little bit. It feels so risky, especially picking it this early in the draft, right? I do think Chaotic Solar's response to it was really nice for the reasons that you already highlighted for us. As rounding things out, Regression going for the Cassante Blind, and J-Bear answering with the Gnar. Full Yordles. 5 out of 5 Yordles.
Absolutely Yordle comp here for Chaotic, but I do think they drafted with not just that theme in mind. They are putting themselves a strong composition here. They've got some early control in the bot lane. They've got a lane bully for J-Bear. That's what he's loved playing. And but the adaptation here from Regression, a bit of a different look for them. The Skarner's now going to be going in the jungle with the Cassante in the top lane, who has been a massive comfort pick up there for HP Gamer.
Yeah, certainly has. So we'll see if HP Gamer is going to be able to fare a little bit better this time around. You have to say, out of all the players on the side of Regression, who I think it's going to be most difficult to bounce back mentally for this next game, HP Gamer definitely has the toughest task there. Having to lane against J-Bear's Darius in that previous game, it would take a toll on anybody. And HP Gamer, I think it is going to be really interesting to see how this player is able to come back here in the second game.
Yep, I can't agree more, and I'm excited for more League of Legends. Let's get into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a little bit of time here as the teams make their way through the in-client draft. Of course, we do have the spectator delay to get through as well. We've already touched on the bot lane a little bit, but I'd like to take another brief moment, at least to talk about the mid lane a little bit, Jordan. So the Tristana obviously picked earlier on. Syndra is the response here. for Red Wolf. You know, how do we feel about this matchup just in general? You were kind of saying that Red Wolf, is this a comfort pick for Red Wolf, or?
In the mid lane, we haven't necessarily seen much Syndra. The notes that I've got down is he's played Jace to a good effect, and he's played Annie. And we saw Jace in game number 1, so a little bit of a different look for him, but we'll have to see how that plays out. The Tristana matchup is obviously he's picking Syndra into that, so it should be somewhat comfortable. But as I look at the two compositions holistically, there's a lot of scaling on both sides, but limited engage options. So this isn't as lopsided of a draft that we saw in game number 1, where it's like Chaotic has 5 champs that are going to sprint at you, and are you going to be able to stand your ground? And the answer was no. Coming from aggression, they had very limited defensive tools coming in from specifically their mid jungle. The Jace and the Karthus don't have a lot of synergy together, not a lot of setup, just a little bit of damage, and the early options just like from Chaotic was just way too much to deal with, right? This time around, they've got some pushing lanes, but do they have a lot of lockdown? No. Do they have a lot of long-range engage? No. Right, so it's going to be a little bit of a closer affair here. I like what Regression has picked for themselves. Chaotic, it's a little bit of a different look for them, so we're gonna ask ourselves the question: how versatile are Chaotic? How deep is their playbook here?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. You know, if they are able to demonstrate that they can be as dominant as they were in game 1 with this other style of composition, that could certainly instill some fear in the rest of their opponents, you know, looking forward towards the rest of playoffs. But, you know, turning our attention back towards Regression for now, I was a little bit apprehensive about the Vayne pick just because I was afraid of what Chaotic Solar might pull out in response. And it does feel like they have a pretty solid response, at least in the lane. But I also do think that Regression drafted around the Vayne relatively well, right? You've got a lot of front line here, and both the Cassante and the Skarner, and then you have the Janna as well, the Enchanter, to empower the Vayne and give her that little bit of extra oomph, you know, in those team fights towards the mid and late game. You also have the Syndra to try and set up for the Vayne and give you that little bit of extra range to the team composition overall, right? So I think it's an interesting question here. How much do you feel like the map is set up for success in this second game, given, you know, the entirety of both compositions?
I like what you the picture that you just painted around the Vayne sounds really good. And what Chaotic has drafted in response is a lot of zone control tools. So that can be a very useful tool against what Regression is trying to do. They're trying to ball up and they're trying to really get in there. And what Chaotic can do is they can split up, they can play sides really well, they can play zones really well. And but what really was the underlying theme of game number 1 was complete and utter domination from the start of the lane phase until the end of the lane phase. And then we're looking at like a 4K gold lead. So then Regression have to play on the back foot in all of the fights. So if you can get to the team fights as Regression, you've got some good things to look forward to. But Chaotic have drafted themselves absolutely 3 pushing lanes once again. Right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing that you got to be worried about is Desire. How much room does Desire have to play? Is he going to be able to disrupt the onslaught that is Chaotic trying to push in all three waves?
Yeah, absolutely. But you did also mention earlier on, correctly, in my opinion, that Chaotic Solar's composition, while it is very strong in these lane matchups, it's not necessarily as reliable when it comes to the team fights, right? So if they don't actually get those huge leads in the laning phase, it could be a little bit more difficult for them to play out. I guess that is mostly what this draft discussion boils down to, is if we predict that they are going to get those huge leads, which if we look back at game number 1, does feel pretty likely. So if you were betting some channel points on this one, Jordan, are you betting on Chaotic Solar to take home the 2-0 here? Is that your preferred draft for this game?
I've got to go all in on Chaotic Solar here. The momentum that they created from game 1, it takes a really, really, really good team to bounce back after a game like that. And I'm just, I'm usually a little bit skeptical. Is Regression truly one of the best teams in the league? They are in the tier 1, the highest tier of competition that Style has to offer, but they're reaching up to that tier 1. Whereas Chaotic, they're running the tier 1, right?
Yeah. You know, we've seen Chaotic Solar. They've been a mainstay here in the Style League for years now, and they always do seem to put forward a strong showing. We'll see if they can take home the clean 2-0 tonight, or if Regression will surprise us with their resilience and manage to bring us to that game number 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. Rumble Stage continues after another short break. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Rift for our second game of this match. I guess the 5th game overall of the night here. For all you Style fans who've been here with us the whole time, shout out to you guys. Once again, we do see Chaotic Solar going for an early move towards this bot lane. Once again, they're not really going to find a whole lot.
Yeah, they're going to try and play the normal Heimerdinger setup where they try to get 3 turrets in lane so that he can start really stacking the extra turrets so that they can just kind of maintain perma push. And like we talked about in draft, it's the thing that Vayne hates, and we see the rune setups across the board. So first strike coming in for the Syndra, going to look to scale up for that late game. And we see Summon Airy on the side of Janna, which Janna's most common setup, at least in solo queue, has been Comet as sort of a W max lane bully sort of support. And it looks like Janna is really just playing on the back foot already, trying to just mitigate some of the poke coming in from the side of Boyo and Verticality on the double mage setup. So I think this is going to be a bit of an annoying bot lane for the map and Naomi to try and navigate.
Yeah, I do feel like that's probably the right call, right? You're not going to out-harass Ziggs Heimerdinger.
Oh, wait, they've done a lane swap.
Oh,
wait.
What do you mean?
The Red Wolf is laning bottom.
Oh.
The Syndra is a bit of a Heimerdinger counter, at least in the mid lane. So we've already seen the map go mid on the Vayne, burn Ghost for a bit of an early trade, and never saw, and the map are sitting at extremely low health bars there in the mid lane. So an interesting adaptation coming in from Regression to actually send this Vayne mid, send their whole 80 carry mid. Yeah, and Syndra's just left to wave clear here against the mages. So I kind of like it.
Yeah, really clever, honestly, from Regression to try to get away from the draft answer that Chaotic Solar had for the Vayne, right? Trying to outmaneuver them in that regard. We'll see how it ends up going, because the Vayne is obviously still going to be outranged by the Tristana and out DPS'd as well early on.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going to be able to manage the early trades. The key difference here was that the Red Wolf has actually taken teleport, as most Syndra players do, but going bottom to match the teleport, Verticality has taken teleport on the Ziggs. So these double mages they're gonna set up for a massive amount of push, and then they're gonna base whenever they want and get Lost Chapter, and then they're just gonna have permanent mana, and they're just gonna play in your face for the entirety of the lane phase. Syndra can match those kind of recall timings, right? With her own teleport and picking up Lost Chapter herself. Mana is what's getting this champion from clearing waves, whereas Vayne has to sit there and auto attack over and over and over again to secure those last hits.
Yeah, definitely. Should be a little bit of an easier time for Red Wolf once that Lost Chapter does end up coming through. And just in general, I think being able to CS in this matchup with the spells while still being able to dodge out on all of these skill shots that are going to be flying at you is going to be really valuable for Red Wolf, and something that I'm sure Map is very happy that they don't have to deal with.
Yep. So on the side of Desire has gotten his full clear off on the side of the Skarner. Goes back to base, picks up an early Crystalline Bracer, and we're going to see Poppy a little bit slower on the side of clearing the camps, but a little bit of a hover, and then going to get her first recall off. Call picked up in the mid lane for Neversaw, going to be looking to scale up. So again, we're going to look to see. They drafted a lot of pushing lanes, but Chaotic are largely playing for a little bit of a mid game here.
Nice scatter there from Red Wolf. Good damage onto Boyo. Did, of course, see those Scuttle Crabs traded across as well. Skarner thinking about a move towards this bot lane. Verticality, low mana on the Ziggs. Looks like they are going to be backing off in time.
Yep. Just a little bit quiet here on the Rift, at least at this exact moment. J-Bear crashing a massive wave in the top lane. You would hope to expect that he will recall here and actually buy himself some items, something he failed to do last game. But he likes his eyes on that Doran's Blade only, so he's actually going to opt to stay in the lane. As you see some heavy trading in the bot lane, flash by Boyo.
Oh, that satchel was really nice from Verticality to deny the Skarner, but Desire is still ghosting forward, still seeing if he can lock anybody down. Another Dark Sphere lands, the rock gets tossed out, and the first blood goes over to Regression once again.
Yeah, love to see that there from Desire, really punishing the perma push that is the mage setup. Heimerdinger, not the most defensive tools, so he is going to go down, and the flash will be burnt. So it's gonna put the bot lane of Chaotic Esports on the back foot for a little while.
Yeah, certainly. Might mean that they can't play this out as aggressively as maybe they would otherwise like to. But, oh, that's going to be the flash force from Verticality as well. Verticality just hanging around in the lane here with no mana. A little bit surprising. You know, the Ziggs does have teleport. Could go for the reset here, but electing not to.
Yeah, limited mana and resources on both sides. So is Syndra going to have to base and look to teleport back? Because it looks like Verticality might be holding that wave in the bot lane or maybe just clearing it out. So Jaybear is going to gnar out in the top lane, refuses to hit the B button on his keyboard. The lanes will continue.
Yeah, a pattern that we're noticing across the board for Chaotic Solar in this one. Boris must have offended them somehow. They just don't want to be near him. As we will finally see that reset come out, at least from Verticality. Is able to get that lost chapter on the first back, which obviously is going to feel fantastic for the Ziggs.
Yeah, lost chapter on the side of the Ziggs, and Sork Shoes and a tier on the side of the Syndra. So a little bit more fighting power, I think, on the side of Red Wolf. Going to be able to dodge out on some more of those skill shots. So I think they're going to be looking to aggress more as we see HP Gamer in the top side of the map. Grubs are on the table, and it looks like Chaotic have mustered 3 members when Vayne is just clearing that mid wave.
Yeah, although Desire was able to sneak away the first Kevin before Chaotic Solar could respond. And now Desire, the one in trouble, though. Over the wall comes Never, saw the steadfast presence. Just for those little bit of extra resist. They can't quite finish off the... Yes, they can finish off the Skarner. It's going to be the Buster shot coming out from Neversaw for the finishing blow. And that's going to be Chaotic Solar tying us up 1-1.
Yeah, really nice play there from Chaotic. They own the top side. Skarner was caught on his Gromp, just looking for a little bit extra. But yeah, like you said, he was able to get the 1 Gromp, which is always a little bit nice as the jungler. You get the bonus XP and more wave control tools down here, but Verticality largely in control of this lane.
Well, definitely the case. You know, that little hiccup with the appearance of the Skarner, not going to throw too much of a wrench into the game plan, it seems. Able to get that first turret plate, as we saw just a moment ago.
Yeah, this looks like not a fun lane. So we said the lane swap was going to be a good idea. I still think it was a good idea. I still think these 2 champions are just perma pushing wave down bot lane. Ziggs and Heimer might be on the forbidden technology, but Desire is here.
Oh, yeah, Skarner once again ghosting into this lane. Another nice satchel charge from Verticality. Dodges away from the Impale. Oh, and the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Red Wolf, the Unleashed Power, not quite enough. So much for those extra combat stats, Jordan. It's going to be Chaotic Solar turning it around in the 2v3.
Yeah, absolute domination. Verticality with the sidestep there. Desire, I think, lost vision going for the ulti, just thinking he was going to run away. Oh. And it looks like Boyo is going to take down Naomi, sent back to spawn. The bot lane is not going well. And but I think HP Gamer's holding his own in the top lane a lot better from game 1, but it looks like he might be next on the menu in terms of a top lane dive.
Yeah, as the top laners are playing chicken. It's actually the Cassante hadn't gone for the reset yet either. We're going to stop the recall.
No, Dumpa messed up his mechanical play there. So the idea is you ulti, and then you use the W to actually stop the ulted target. So that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to alley-oop himself, and didn't W in the proper place or at the right time. And the Cassante will get away from that one. So they're probably laughing in the comms right now. Game 1 went a little too well, and that play was a pretty funny misplay. So we'll see as the dust settle from that one. Desire is up here.
Dumpa.
Yeah. So he's going to fight over the crab. Desire wins the smite fight, and he's going to take a bite out of Dumpa's health bar, but it looks like Poppy's just going to limp away from that one.
What are these items? The Poppy is on triple longsword. What the... What is this? Yeah,
I don't see it. I think Knight's Vow has been such an insane item for her. I imagine we're going to see like an Eclipse, or maybe, if I count my longswords correctly, that's probably a Sundered Sky. Or, yeah, I wanted to say Eclipse, but I think the Ruby Crystal completely gets rid of that possibility.
Surely it's Sundered Sky, yeah. It has to
yeah. So a little bit more of a carry Poppy we're going to see in this one. No Enchanter or anything to buff it up, so a little bit different. Boyle going to take... Oh, my.
Yes, human rights. I've seen a violation here. We need to get the UN convention involved.
Yeah. These AD carry players that just stick to marksman all the time. Mages are absolutely busted. Their spikes are completely unique. And if you want to throw an enemy bot lane off of their game, just dive them.
Man.
With mages.
These are some mean Yordles in this game. That's what I'm taking away from this one, Jordan. These Yordles are out for blood.
Yeah, absolutely. The adaptation coming through. The blind pick Janna, the Syndra lane swap so far hasn't been working out for regression on this side of things. The top side of the map's looking a lot more stable, actually. But Verticality's just going to keep throwing bombs, and he's going to keep pushing.
Yeah, as he has been all game long. Just going to keep...
J-Bear still hasn't bought yet, by the way.
That's just ridiculous, man. Like, it has to... It's just BM.
I don't know if Chaotic has like a coach or anything, but if they do, this is something that is definitely not optimal. As you see a dive in the mid lane,
gonna get stunned up by the steadfast presence there, and the explosive charge strapped to her head. It means that's going to be a gray screen for the map. Who, you know, to their credit, has managed to stay even in CS with the Tristana, but I don't know if that is going to be good enough.
Yeah, Chaotic doing a really good job across the board. Their mechanics are serving them well here. They have limited engage options, but Desire's down bottom again.
Again, yes, has the Impale. Oh, sidestep again coming through from the Heimerdinger. Unleash power onto the Ziggs. The bouncing bomb, almost enough heal comes out to save Naomi's life. The Inferno bomb, oh, it's not going to land. The shutdown will go over. It's Desire who picks up the gold.
Jumpers up top lane.
Traded back by Boyos. Poppy gonna get the stun into the turret there, but does immediately die. And
oh, J-Bear!
Oh my goodness.
Yep. Never saw was on a roam timer up there. You just saw him jump over the wall to hit the top lane there. So HP Gamer was likely going back to Fountain anyways. And it looks like Red Wolf is he's a bot laner in this game. He is level 7.
Yeah.
So if J-Bear can hit a skill shot. Oh, it looks like he's going to outplay this one.
Yeah, so J-Bear.
Yeah, the fancy feet. Yeah, the fancy feet are going to serve him well here, but he is level 7. He has to be extremely careful.
Okay, here comes the map.
Oh, here comes the map.
Got the collapse, so it's an honest 2v2. Never saw picking up the turret aggro there as well. Is pretty big to condemn. Is it enough damage? One more auto attack. It's going to happen. The shutdown going over to the map, and they get both of them the map with a huge injection of gold. Kind of brings regression back into this one.
Yeah, that's actually awesome. Despite J-Bear seemingly picking up where he left off in the top lane, the CS is close. The kills are closer. He's got 4 plates for himself, so they're definitely winning. But Regression's top side is looking a lot better.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The map, you know, is... what amount of gold are we sitting on right now? 1,800
Oh,
gold.
here's a teleport in the bot lane.
Oh, yeah, here is HP Gamer Verticality. Looking to, once again, at least be able to get one before he gets taken down. Cassandra, though, committing the all-out. Just to
oh, J-Bear flash forward.
Possible. J-Bear is also teleported in, flashing forward, gets the hop, gets 1, gets 2. J-Bear looking for the 3rd. HP Gamer's got the Q3, does find it onto the Gnar. The Heimerdinger empowered rockets, not enough to finish off the Cassante. And now here comes the map, looking to see if they can clean up once again. Into the final hour we go. But the stun still comes through from the wall.
Oh,
the damage grenades as well. Gnar jumping in, gets the Gnar, but not the stun into the wall. It's the map still alive. The map still hitting. The last hit actually going over to Red Wolf. Now here comes Neversaw. It's a big old party in the bot lane. The charge into the wall. That's going to be HP Gamer taken out. And the jump forward underneath the turret for Neversaw. Immediately has to flash away to stay alive. The Scout of the Week going to connect. Follow up not there. In the extended sequence, what was that? A 2 for 2 or something?
I just checked, and over the last minute, there have been 10 people in this bot lane.
Yeah, no, literally. Every player in the game has been in the bot lane here for this extended sequence. The
Impale, another Impale. That's so sad.
Ah, man.
Yeah, limited help here. Oh, and Red Wolf's going to go down. I think the appropriate term there is Kobe.
Yeah, no, I believe that is the technical term, yeah.
Yeah, really nice play coming in from Chaotic. They are playing their hand a little bit far. J-Bear pushing the issue down in that bot skirmish. Going down because of it gives shutdown here. So the kills got a little closer, but largely similar idea to last game. 5,000 gold lead at 14 minutes. Chaotic are firing on all cylinders. A unique draft coming forth, and they're absolutely executing on it.
They really are. We are going to have our second dragon spawning now in less than a minute's time. Only teleports available right now is for Neversaw on the Tristana, who is going to be near that dragon pit regardless, as the top lane tier 1 is the target at the moment for Chaotic Solar. J-Bear gets the stun into the wall onto HP Gamer. And the Cassante, in fact, will be the first target. I lied there. My bad, guys. in the end, both Cassante and the turret will be destroyed, and Chaotic Solar build their gold lead up to about 6K.
Yep, good looks for them. Lots of objectives to take as well. They're going to take a bite out of this side lane tower. Ziggs is one of the best champions in the entire game at doing this kind of thing. So it puts the satchel underneath. They're going to get a Rift Herald for themselves on the way out. And it looks like this one might even pan out to be a bit of a faster one than game number 1.
Yeah. I mean, again, the map is on a better scaling pick this time. Did get those couple of kills. Does have the Blade of the Ruin King done now. But yeah, it just feels like Chaotic Solar are never actually going to give Regression the team fight that they so desperately desire.
You like doing that, don't you?
A little bit.
Yep, so full control here for Chaotic, putting Neversaw on the weak side on Tristana. It looks like Desire is going to try and circle him, but he's playing Tristana. He's able to get out of a hairy situation, and J-Bear is going to take a bite out of HP Gamer's health bar here, making him walk the tough way.
That's one hungry Boomerang. Meganar on the horizon as well.
He's all alone, though, but he is Mega.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's alone.
Yeah, the cavalry is about to arrive, and here comes Boyo.
Wallop. That's going to be HP Gamer able to dash away, but the jump forward, the arm, the wall gets 2. The damage starting to come out now.
It's a wombo combo!
From the Poppy. Is it going to be enough damage, though? It's Neversaw actually in a little bit of a precarious position. It gets all out by the Cassante, who is able to take down at least one Yordle. J-Bear now in trouble as the Meganar has timed out, and the map is still alive. Can the Vayne carry through the team fight? Dumping out, going down low. There's another kill over to the Cassante, and now it's just Boyo. It's just the Heimerdinger and the Ziggs, but it looks like they will be able to clean up the fight.
Flash forward for Verticality.
He's just going to flash over the wall, gets the last attack, and the Inferno Bomb to seal the deal. Triple kill over to Boydos. Heimerdinger, the flash for the Rocket's not quite enough. Naomi flashes away and will stay alive, but all the rest of the team is lying on the ground, and the Dragon now is the target for these couple of Yordles.
Naomi slips away from that one, but all of the allies have been taken down. Honestly, it looked like for a second there that Chaotic, they sent the wombo combo and kind of gave Regression the team fight that their composition wants. Yeah. And for just a split second there, Regression looked like they were actually surviving with low health bars, and they were actually starting to ramp. But the gold lead is showing through. It's about 7,000 gold right now. Neversaw is probably going to go down, extending onto a turret. They're kind of just playing with their food at the current moment, but that team fight was that was a bloody one.
It was. I mean, that was probably the closest fight we've seen, you know, all match really. I don't know if we've had any similar fights in game number 1. I don't really think that we did.
Yeah, no. Good looks from Regression, like decent team fighting. It is just a wallet diff at this point. Chaotic going outside of the job description, but HP Gamer's in trouble.
On here once again, yeah, Nard into the wall. Damage from the Heimerdinger should be enough here. One more wallop. There's the kill. Boyo, the support Heimerdinger going godlike here in game number 2. Desire looking for it. Desires this Gnar. Would really like to lock him down. The Empowered Rockets come through, and the Impale's gonna whip again. Oh no, the Condemn is not in time as J-Bear manages to flash over the wall, creates enough distance from the Vayne, and now map is running out of runway here. I don't think that this map leads to Barry.
Oh, he's got a stopwatch.
Oh, this last hit from the Silver Bolts. Map able to get one onto J-Bear. But this does still seem to be the end of the road. Verticality.
Oh
my god! Okay.
Okay, mages don't do that much damage if you dodge everything. Or if you miss everything on the side of Verticality. Red Wolf is here. He's going to try and get something for himself.
Here comes the Wolf. Yeah, the Unleashed Power is going to be good for
1,000 gold.
But Verticality should be able to stay away from the Cinder Balls, and Neversaw is going to be able to clean that one up.
Yep. The map was falling apart. It was honestly another great map play by Regression to sort of find some volatility that they can actually do something.
Good map play. Very
play onto the map. I actually didn't mean to do that.
Well, you didn't have to tell us that. I would have given you credit for it, but
well, I'll take credit for it anyways. Credit where credit is due, and Chaotic have it all.
They do. Yeah, a lot of credit definitely deserving for Chaotic Solar. They continue to be in a commanding position here in this second game. Baron has once again recently arrived onto Summoner's Rift, and poor Desire here. Oh, does manage to yoink the Tristana into a little bit of a difficult spot, but the rocket jump's still there to get Neversaw way to safety. Buster Shot did get expended there as well. 5 men alive for Regression. I think a Baron call here might be a little bit overeager, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Yep, Chaotic Esports is overeager because they've got so much gold in their pockets, so they're going to opt in to a 5v5. This is one of the best chances back in the game.
Get in here. Do they keep Skarner out of the pit? The smite is good from Dumpa. Now the team fight is going to be absolutely in their favor. There's already 2 kills going over.
Oh, the map's going fast, though.
Close enough to the pit. The flash over the wall for Dumpa gets the stun into the wall, and that is going to be the end of the map. Only Red Wolf and Naomi alive. And we see some pings onto the top lane. Neversaw going to move over there and look to break into the base.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a heartbreaker. For a split second there, I thought the map was going to take over if he was able to find some isolated 1v1s. But the dash has come through, the flash has come through, and the map will be no more. The base is going to be perforated once again. Game number 2 looking a little bit like game number 1. Regression should feel good about some of the team fighting that they did, but they just can't keep up in the lane phases. But here we go, a top dive.
Wolf gonna blow up here. Oh, actually, the Tristana is gonna blow up first. And now maybe, just maybe, the side of Chaotic Solar have overextended once again. As HP Gamer's gonna be able to go all out, take down the Poppy. J-Bear barely staying alive. They're flashing for the Q3. Not enough range. HP Gamer looking for it there. Not quite able to find it. At least they only lose the 1 inhibitor. That top tier 3 turret is still standing. The Baron buff is on, of course, for 90 seconds as well.
Chaotic Esports just trying to get absolutely everything they can out of this. They feel like they're in full control. No need to kind of respect what Regression can do because they've been so hampered from the early game. With 2 players down, just kind of get your bases off and spend that absorbent amount of gold that you're able to accrue for yourself. Dragon number 3 is about to be on the table. I think they'll probably just grab that on their way to bottom.
Yeah, that is likely going to be the call here. So we do have an Infernal Soul on the map here for this second game, which I'm sure Chaotic Solar are really stoked about.
Yep, I have a feeling that we're not going to be getting to the Soul Dragon. I think they're going to look to push and continue once the super minions in the mid lane start to flood in. These mages, the siege ability from a Ziggs is just so absolutely gross. So they'll get the wave shove.
Well, of course.
Oh, yeah, Tristana to boot. It seems like these Yordles always seem to pair well with each other.
That's a great pairing. That's a nice kill from Red Wolf, just waiting in the bush there. Hide on bush strategy effective, and this time the Impale will land. Dumpa not going to be able to get away from this one. Another kill going over eventually. Dumpa will die.
All right, that's a really nice pickup for Regression, but they've got to answer this mid lane with limited players.
Looks like they will be able to do so. There's Desire wrapping around now. Boyo has to flash away from the Scorpion. Will be able to get away. Does still get hit by the rock, but when the Unleashed connect, and Boyo's also going to go down here. The Empower turret will not save you. Heimerdinger is going to cut down as well, and Verticality is just split pushing in the bot lane, I guess. So the inhibitor will fall, and everybody is going to die. It probably doesn't matter, but the fact that we were looking for the faster game here in game number 2, that is now in jeopardy. I believe game number 1 ended around 27 minutes.
Oh, here come more Chaotic members just throwing their bodies into their opponents and trying to take everything in their path.
Last inhibitor turret does get taken out.
Oh, the sidestep.
Never saw it get away from the scatter. Still going to die, though. But, you know, good effort.
This is not clean League of Legends, guys. If you guys are trying to study Chaotic Solar's game right here, you should have cut the VOD at about 10 minutes. Everything was great, and now they're playing a little bit over their hand will allow.
If you're a top laner, maybe go for a reset once in a while. You know, I think that would be all
Oh
right.
yeah, very true. But yeah, we're looking at the kill. If you look at the kill score, this game looks close. If you look at the map. And not the AD carry player, the actual Summoner's Rift, this game, the game does no longer look close.
Nope. It does.
Yeah, Regression has not been able to see the river, has not been able to see what an enemy turret looks like in a little while. They've been playing on the back foot. They've been doing well around the skirmishes they've been able to find for themselves, but Chaotic has laned better than them, and they've sported a massive gold lead throughout. So they're in control. They're going to send Dumpa in the top lane. It looks like it's a bit of a 1-3-1 setup, very delayed on the tempo, but it looks like there's one inhibitor left on the site. So top jungle control is what they're looking for.
Absolutely. Should be able to secure it as well. A little bit of damage over the wall there from Boyo. Cassante is tanky enough now to not care too much about that chip damage. They are looking for this third and final inhibitor here.
Oh, Boyle gonna get jumped.
Yeah, absolutely. As my game just minimized itself for a second there. I'm back. Okay, Cassante running out of HP is going to get taken down. The Heimerdinger has been traded back as well. Flash forward for Red Wolf. The Unleashed Power gets another. The double kill onto J Bear. Now Dumpa going to get hit by the Scatter as well. Good sequence there from the Syndra. And the map now tumbling forward on a killing spree. The Impale connecting onto Verticality. And just like that, Chaotic Solar are wiped, except for Neversaw, who is sieging the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Neversaw going to flash forward, and he's not going to be able to get the kill onto the Syndra. And it looks like he's up the creek without a paddle. Nowhere to go. No teammates to back him up. Shield bow proc. He's going to walk away.
Is that going to be enough? Gets another reset on the jump here. Oh, he's thinking about even going back in. But wisely going to decide. Oh, the Condemn connects. Oh, Neversaw that one last jump. I don't think he's getting away. The map
Wait.
Going to be able to cut off the escape path, and they see him. They see him. He's
okay. I thought we were going to see some escape artists type stuff, but
I mean, we've seen it from Neversaw already tonight, but not this time.
Yep, I think I just found out how Chaotic got their first loss in the regular season, because that was a fat throw. They played on the top wave well before their mid laner was on tempo, and they took a 5v4, I do believe. The Red Wolf has been showing some excellent prowess on Sidra, and the map seems to be getting very favorable fights for the Vayne. It's kind of what we outlined when they draft this composition. So the gold is getting a little bit closer. The kills even more so. And looks like the Dragon Soul might be denied here from the side of Regression. Yeah. Baron, number 2, goes down.
I mean, this is just an impossible situation, right, for Regression. You can't go over Infernal Soul. You have to get control over that area, but that means that you can't...
But Chaotic is just going to run down your base.
And, yeah, now it's just kind of doomed. So it was a no-win situation for Regression. Look at them waiting in the bush there, hoping that Chaotic Solar agreed to try and get the Baron and then the Soul afterwards. But unfortunately for Regression, Chaotic Solar know what Baron buff does. And they're going to utilize it to destroy
Boyo's got the Zanyas.
Boyo in trouble. Does go golden for a moment. Good keeper's verdict from Dump Up. Not enough to save the support, though. They are going to be able to take
they can fall back.
The inhibitors and, yes, now fall back to the Dragon.
Yep, they do have Dre Bear's TP here, so it shouldn't be a losable situation.
Oh
my god!
Disgusting. The United Nations, I called them earlier, but they seem to be out of the office at the moment as we're just continuing to witness more war crimes.
Okay, that was disgusting.
Yeah, the map trying desperately to make something happen here, but it's just not going to work out. The Poppy is too good into Vayne specifically, and that is going to be another kill over to Chaotic Solar. So secured. Desire now on the wrong side of town. This Scorpion, will he be able to get away? Will it matter? The answer to that second question, definitely no.
Yep, teleport coming through from the Ziggs. Tower Destroyer himself. He's going to... Neversaw going to stop the back of Desire. And it looks like the base of Regression is largely going to be very undefended. Red Wolf going to do his best, but Dumpa is going to be focusing him down. Jaber on the Nexus towers. Neversaw. Nexus is exposed now.
It is indeed. The finishing touches from Chaotic Solar in this one. It's a nice monsoon from Naomi to try to keep the Cassante alive, but it's just not going to work out. And once again, the Janna, the only survivor, the Nexus in their sights. It did last longer, Jordan, than game number 1 did. It's just under 30 minutes on the game clock. And Chaotic Solar, the number 1 team in the number 1 division, show us what they're made of.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to be advancing into round number 3 of the playoffs here. And we got a little bit of a glimpse of Chaotic Solar's sort of strategic depth, right? In game number 1, they came out with a full-on theme, all early game composition and dominated their opponents. Game number 2, they come out with a completely different look, sort of the same idea of we're going to dominate from minute 1, but mages and not a lot of lockdown, not a lot of team fight tools, some zone control stuff, and they put on a masterclass. And I have good news. I'm going to put my vote forth on the MVP or the player of the game, for game number 2. And my vote's going to be Verticality for that disgusting, I think it was a 4-man Ziggs bomb at the end there, obliterating the health bars, but also just he was a great catalyst of action for them, for Chaotic Esports to kind of get into the game, right? Like the bot lane push was just relentless. It was just never ending pressure. And Jay Bear playing in the face of HP Gamer, he had a great game number 2 on the Cassante. He was not faltering from the things that Jay Bear was throwing at him. So a much different look. They banned the Darius, and the top lane actually looked relatively different, right? But the bot lane, like Verticality, absolutely went crazy on the Forbidden Mage sort of technology, and really making it work here in game number 2.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I think we can give some credit over to Regression here. We were really worried about the mental, going into this second game after how game number 1 went. And, this game as well, there was definitely some mental warfare coming out from Chaotic Solar, but it never really felt at any point in this game like Regression had given up, right? They were always trying. They were looking for these angles desperately to try to find a way back into the game, to try to punish some of these over-aggressive moves from Chaotic Solar. In the end, just not quite enough.
Yep. And I mean, they can look at this VOD and they can sort of study, where did we go wrong? Was it drafts? Was it play? And when you're playing really high level League of Legends, it's a really good opportunity. If you can use it as a learning experience, it's a really good glimpse of sort of like a way to level yourself up to kind of emulate some of what your opponents are doing. So the question is going to be, are Regression going to be able to lick their wounds and approach the losers bracket with a fresh set of picks or a fresh mentality? Because I really liked the team fighting that we saw from them. Desire had a great impact on the map in the early games. So they've got some promising tools, but they're fighting in the big leagues here.
Absolutely. They are going to be up against more strong competition as well, moving forward, even in the lower bracket here. As we've mentioned many times, this is the highest division of play in style. There's a lot of really strong teams here, and Regression, we're going to need to continue to see more improvement from them in order for them to really make a deep run of it here in the playoffs. But definitely congratulations to Chaotic Solar on picking up their first win here in the Season 18 postseason. I'm also very happy to align with you, Jordan, on the Verticality POG vote. Did top out those damage charts as well. It's just under 39K on the Ziggs in a 29-minute game. So pretty good.
Yeah, we take those.
Yeah. Do you have any other final thoughts, Jordan, before we close out the stream for tonight?
Honestly, thanks for being here. I had a blast. Some of these games they're always super fun to watch. We all love League of Legends. We're all here for the same reasons. So excited for what the later rounds in the playoffs here in the style side of things is gonna bring us.
Absolutely. It is going to be really exciting to see. It has been a long one, guys. So for anybody who did stick around for the whole thing, big extra special shout out to you. But for anybody who tuned in at any point, thank you very much for watching. From myself, from Jordan here, from the entire team at Style Esports. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We do not have another stream scheduled at this exact moment, but that should be coming out shortly in the next day or two. I'm sure we will be able to get some more playoff games cast next week as well. So just keep your eye out for the schedule as it does come out. Thank you again for watching. That's going to do it from us tonight. Take care, and we will see you next time.